Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us. Path, preparing ambassadors to teach about the Holocaust. We are all here today, not simply for a final conference, but instead for a shared moment in reflection, learning, and looking ahead. I'm Vanessa Kammerer, and I'm very excited to be joining you here today, connecting voices, ideas, and perspectives as we go along today. The conference today takes place in an institution that is dedicated to international dialogue, responsibility, and education, values that all resonate with the spirit of the Project Path. And it's therefore a great pleasure to invite the director of the Vienna School of International Studies, a distinguished figure with a long international career in diplomacy, law, and politics, to officially open today's conference, Ambassador Dr. Martin Eichtinger. Ambassador Eichtinger, thank you very much for welcoming us here today and for hosting this event in this wonderful building. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Dear participants at the PATH Final Conference, a warm welcome to all of you here at the Diplomatic Academy. A wonderful good morning. We have interesting subjects to discuss today. We are a few days after the International Holocaust Remembrance Day. Many Holocaust survivors have been active for decades to pass on their horrific experiences and have acted to increase the number of those who are committed to the never again. As the Holocaust survivor generation is increasingly no longer with us, the teaching about the Holocaust is a topic which becomes even more relevant and is of great importance to our societies, particularly when we look to a growing number of incidents of anti-Semitism. Over the past decades, much has happened in Austria when it comes to fighting anti-Semitism and to educating about the Holocaust. I was personally involved in Austria's efforts to come to terms with its past and its role during the Nazi regime. As the Chief of Cabinet of the Austrian Special Representative for payments to former forced and slave laborers of the Nazi regime, Dr. Maier, I was able to contribute to righting a horrible wrong. After signing agreements with the countries of origin of the forced and slave laborers, Austria was able to make payments to 130,000 forced and slave laborers who had to work on the territory of today's Austria and who were still alive in the period of 2001 to 2005. Also, the Washington Agreement of 2001 filled many gaps and deficiencies of Austrian restitution laws. In 2019, the Austrian Parliament made a groundbreaking decision to enable descendants of Holocaust survivors and victims of National Socialism to regain Austrian citizenship. Since then, over 40,000 people have re-established their connection to Austria and regained part of their identity. And a few days ago, a new cooperation project between the Foreign Ministry and the National Fund of the Republic of Austria for victims of National Socialism was presented. The Memory in Dialogue project also focuses on the stories of these so-called Wiederösterreicherinnen und Wiederösterreicher, the re-Austrians. An important element of Austria's efforts to commemorate the Shoah was the establishment of the memorial service, the possibility for young Austrians to serve in Holocaust memorial sites around the world instead of doing the military service at home. On the 1st of September 1992, the first 3 young men from Austria began their memorial service as an alternative to the military service. Since then, the memorial service has grown continuously and is a true success story. More than 30 years later, more than 1,300 young men, and for the last 10 years also women, have completed their memorial service in more than 80 locations in over 40 countries worldwide, from Israel to Australia, from the United States to South America, and Europe, from Europe to South Africa. The memorial service sites are places where National Socialists and their collaborators committed crimes, where persecuted people fled to, or where survivors of persecution and extermination still live. They do so in Holocaust education centers, museums, memorials, Jewish community centers, archives, and more. Those young people are sometimes called young ambassadors of Austria. They show this new Austria, and they play an important role in this process of remembrance and commemoration. Wherever I was assigned in my diplomatic career, I found these young ambassadors enthusiastically committed to helping with commemorative efforts. Erinnern.at is the Holocaust education program, education.at, the education program run by the Austrian Academic Exchange Service on behalf of the Federal Ministry of Education. It supports learning and teaching about National Socialism and the Holocaust in the Austrian education system, thereby promoting an appropriate examination of this period and this complex topic in Austrian schools. It is considered a best practice, for instance, by UNESCO, and received a number of international awards. It offers a wide range of training courses and learning materials for Austrian teachers on the topics of Holocaust, National Socialism, and anti-Semitism. There's also there are several exhibitions offered for schools. Commemorative events are organized, and of course there's now a strong focus on the new media. Teachers also have the possibility of study trips to Israel as well as Auschwitz-Birkenau. For instance, in 2019, more than 56,000 Austrian pupils visited the memorial site of the concentration camp Mauthausen. Ladies and gentlemen, the teaching about the Holocaust is an important element of the set of values to which we are all committed. I thank all the participants of today's conference for their personal engagement in this important task. And I thank the Project PATH for holding this conference here at the Diplomatic Academy. I wish you all an inspiring and a very successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Eichinger, for your welcoming words today and for opening this conference for us. We truly appreciate your support and the framework that you've kindly provided for today's conversations. Thank you very much. Before we begin with the topics for today, we have a few short notice program changes which I would like to inform you about. For panel 1, Project PATH, Summary of Activities and Highlights, several announced project partners have withdrawn their participation at short notice. Specifically, Bnei, Bnei Akiva, and the Auschwitz Jewish Center Foundation have cancelled their participation. In addition, Erinnern.at has withdrawn its participation in the afternoon panel discussion. The reasons communicated to us include concerns regarding the political sensitivity of certain program elements, as well as reservations related to the planned panel discussion in the afternoon. From the perspective of the organizing team, this is notable, as all cancelling organizations were involved in the planning of the conference for several weeks and were familiar with the program, panel composition, and thematic focus. It may also be noted that all cancellations occurred within a 2-hour period, less than half a day before the conference. The organizing team of the Austrian Service Abroad fully respects the decisions of the organizations mentioned above. The content and thematic orientation of the panels remain unchanged. Only the composition of the panels has been adjusted. The Project PATH is founded by the European Union. Views and opinions expressed are, however, those of the authors only and do not necessarily reflect those of the European Union. Neither the European Union nor the granting authority can be held for them. Right, let's get started. Today marks the final conference of the Project Path, preparing ambassadors to teach about the Holocaust. Over the course of the project, Path has brought together people from Austria, Germany, and Poland to engage with one of the darkest chapters in European history, and not as passive recipients of information, but instead as active learners, witnesses, and future educators. This conference today will bring together three essential perspectives: the organizations and partners who made Path possible, experts working at the forefront of Holocaust education today, and of course, the young ambassadors themselves, whose voices are central to this project. Throughout the day, we're going to follow where Path began and what has been achieved, what challenges Holocaust education faces today, what it means for young people to carry this responsibility forward, and of course, finally, how remembrance must evolve in this digital era. This is a serious topic, but also a very hopeful one, because the very existence of the Project Path shows that remembrance is not static. Through our ambassadors, it is alive, relational, and future-oriented. So, if you are all ready, to help us set the foundation, it's an honor for me to begin with our keynote speaker. Dr. Agnieszka Haska is a cultural anthropologist and sociologist at the Polish Center for Holocaust Research. Her research focuses on the Holocaust in Poland and on contemporary politics of memory. She is also the author of several influential works, including Dishonor, Stories About Polish Treason. We're very pleased to welcome her here today for her keynote, Fake Trees and Dark Forests, Holocaust Distortion and its Contemporary Challenges. Please come up to the stage, Dr. Haska. I'll leave it to you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. My speech today will be, as it said, about fake trees and dark forests. So about Holocaust distortion and its contemporary challenges. And firstly, I want to explain my title, What About Fake Trees and Dark Forests? And I wanted to start with a quote from Yehuda Bauer, who passed away in 2024, Holocaust historian, a very known figure, a crucial figure to combat anti-Semitism and Holocaust distortion in Europe. From 2000, he was also a historian with Yad Vashem for many, many years. And in his essays in a book, Rethinking the Holocaust, Yehuda Bauer wrote, "We, the historians and storytellers, have been down in the cellars digging for facts, developments, connections, and context. We still are, and we will be there for a very long time. We tremble with excitement and very often with horror at what we discovered in archives or hear in testimonies. We would frequently like to run away from the abyss that opens in front of us time and time again. But we must overcome this temptation. We must tell the story. Occasionally, too, we have to view the Holocaust from the angle that may give a broader view. The trees are vitally important. The forest is not less so." So obviously Bauer here writes about Holocaust scholars, but this is also a quote about Holocaust education and Holocaust remembrance, that we need to look at the Holocaust not only from the perspective of individuals, but also from the broader picture. But the first challenge and the main challenge right now for Holocaust research, for Holocaust education and Holocaust remembrance is sometimes in this forest, the trees are fake. And the forest becomes a dark forest. We cannot recognize what's the real tree and what's the fake tree. The main truth, the axiom of post-war in Europe is the truth of the Holocaust is not up to debate. This is the axiom, the thing that was not to debate for many, many years after the war up till now. Right now, in digital era, for many reasons, everything is up to debate. Everything got their own truth. The guardians of the truth, the scholars, institutions, well, sometimes need to defend themselves because somebody on social media is writing that I know better. And this is not only the case of the Holocaust, this is the case of climate change, this is the case about flat Earth in many reasons, this is the case of the medicines and vaccines and all the stuff. We live in the era where the authorities, no matter, the science is not mattering anymore. And also the truth about Holocaust, which shouldn't be up to debate, right now is up to debate. When you're thinking about Holocaust distortion and also about Holocaust denial, obviously it's easier with Holocaust denial. It's easier to recognize, because if somebody is telling us that Holocaust is a great lie, so is discussing this axiom that the fact of the Holocaust is not up to debate, we can easily recognize this, and not only we can easily recognize it, but the law, international, in many countries is recognizing it as an offense. So in many countries here, in red, it's prosecuted and ex officio. So the authorities are prosecuting it because they heard about it, that somebody is telling that Holocaust didn't happen. So in Canada, in Poland, in Austria, in many countries, this is the criminal offense, Holocaust denial. The easiest definition of Holocaust denial is that Holocaust denial obviously seeks to erase the history of the Holocaust, and in doing so, it seeks to legitimize Nazism and anti-Semitism. But when we are thinking about Holocaust distortion, which is a bit different than denial, and we're looking for definition of Holocaust distortion, well, the definition is that Holocaust distortion acknowledges aspects of the Holocaust. So the forest of the Holocaust is still there. But it nevertheless excuses, minimizes, misrepresents the Holocaust in a variety of ways and through various media. So it's planting the fake trees. So Holocaust distorters are not saying that Holocaust didn't happen. So this is not Holocaust denial. But they're saying, okay, they're picking things. Cherry picking one or two trees and saying, okay, maybe this tree looks different in a way. So they're distorting the facts about it, small facts or bigger facts about the Holocaust. And in this sense, they undermine or misrepresents the Holocaust. And this is the main challenge right now in our contemporary times. When we're thinking about Holocaust distortion, we probably will think about AI. Right now, there are many conferences and many debates about AI, digital era, and so on. And on this stage of AI, we can recognize this is an AI. And I wanted to show you one film. It's from 2 years ago, so it's not Grok. It's a very simple AI. But you can recognize that, okay, there's something wrong with this film. Yeah, I'll try to, well, yeah, put it on as a film. So we can obviously recognize that somebody prompted AI how liberation of Auschwitz looked like. And everything is fake here. So even the AI didn't consume the original photos. By the way, there are no photos from liberation, the day of liberation of Auschwitz. There were no photographers there. If you remember from the media, last few days, all the media was showing the film about liberated prisoners from Auschwitz. This is the film which was made in March, so 2 months after the liberation by Red Army. Because there were no photo op on 27th of January 1945. So yeah, this is not staged in a way that this film, the Soviet film from March, that prisoners were still there in March. They were liberated in the end of January, but they were still there. So you can recognize this is all fake, right? So somebody imagine this is from TikTok account. This film gained 2 million viewers in the internet. This is the history account on TikTok. The AI is imagining different things right now. This is mainly an account that's showing short films about history time travelers. So for example, how somebody can be in Pompeii on the volcano day, or somebody can be in Europe during the, sorry for that, yeah, okay. Somebody can be, for example, during the Black Plague in 13th century Europe. So this is kind of things. But they're saying in the description that this is for educational purposes. It's better imagine how it looked like. It didn't look like that, obviously. There are no birds chirping and so on. But also the main problem is that in 12 months or 18 months, Grok or other AI will create a film which is unrecognizable, and we could not recognize it. This is AI. This is also the main problem. We also see the films that we know it's not true. Last example, for example, the films about the winter in Europe, that people are sliding through the snow and so on. 80% of them are fake. And even the news outlets are doing this and showing these films as authentic. This is not a problem which arose in last few years. The question that the Holocaust happened and the photos are real, this is the question from 1944. When Red Army liberated the first death camp, concentration camp in Majdanek in July 1944, Majdanek was the first one of the biggest camps. It was liberated, and the first example of something that happened there, Holocaust. They didn't call it Holocaust back then, so something which was unimaginable. In August 1944, from Moscow flew the Western correspondents of newspapers, mostly from the United States, but also from Great Britain. They were taken from Moscow by plane to Lublin, to Majdanek, to show them what happened there. And here you got photos, and you've got a small note from 28th of August 1944 in Life magazine in the United States about the Lublin funeral and showing the photos. This is also an interesting topic, how the iconography of the Holocaust was emerging at that time. What to show people, to explain them what happened to Jews. But it's a different topic. Also, the thing was that when correspondents showed the photos to the editors mostly in United States newspapers were saying, well, are you sure this is not fake? Are you sure it did happen? This can be Russian propaganda, Soviet propaganda. And there are two quotes. One quote from the editor of New York Herald Tribune. They published the story about Majdanek, but with comment, perhaps we should wait for the further confirmation of the terrible stories coming out of Lublin. Los Angeles Times, they published the story of the journalist Roman Carmen, but they also got this sentence that only Soviet war correspondents write special dispatches about the German crematorium in Lublin. So they didn't believe that it happened. They were writing about this, that we should wait for confirmation. We don't know exactly what happened. The crematoriums in Majdanek, they were there, but we don't know if this is not all staged by Soviet propaganda. Only in 1945, when American and Allied armies started to liberate concentration camps in Nazi Germany, like Dachau or Bergen-Belsen, they start to publish stories about atrocities, that this is all true. What happened to Jews, to Sinti, to Roma during the Second World War was true. So this is also the thing that, okay, maybe in 1944, the editors of the newspapers were saying, okay, this can be staged by propaganda. When they see in their own eyes in 1945, and the armies are seeing in their own eyes what's happening, they start to believe in it. So the question of belief in what happened in Holocaust and is all true, this is from the start. Even they knew what's going on. There are two quotes from 1942 from newspapers, Daily Telegraph and one American newspaper about gas chambers, about the genocide going on, about what's going on with Jewish population in occupied Europe. So mostly the reports about Polish Jews murdered. This first report about traveling gas chambers. This was the report about Kulmhof camp, so Chełmno nad Nerem, Kulmhof am Ner camp. And this was the special report when the SKP from Kulmhof went to Warsaw to underground Jewish organization and delivered the report. Then this report went to underground Home Army, and then Polish Home Army, underground Home Army, delivered this report to London. So this was a message, what's going on in 1942. So they knew, the newspapers knew what's going on. They couldn't believe it. And this is also one of the truths about Holocaust, that this is hard to believe. It was hard to believe in 1944. It was hard to believe in 1945. Even for Jews, for example, coming back from Soviet Union, when they're coming back from 1945 and to Poland, and they were asking, where are the Jews? And they were hearing that, okay, they are all killed. How you can kill all Jewish population? They just couldn't believe it. But obviously, how to talk about this, one of the first instances and examples how to talk about Holocaust and how to present Holocaust is exhibitions. There were a few exhibitions from 1945 to 1948 about the Holocaust, how to explain it to general public. They were explaining it photos. This is one of the leaflets from one of the exhibitions in London, and there is a quote from one lady who visited this exhibition in 1945. That there are photos, so it happened. They showed me some photos. So photos, in 1945, photos were this example that it happened because it was photographed. Right now, we are not so sure in the digital era if something was photographed, it's true. But nevertheless, also in 1945, there was one of the first examples of something we would call right now Holocaust distortion. And this is another exhibition, The War in Wax. So on Oxford Street in London, somebody opened an exhibition in wax about the war. So we have life sizes and lifelike figures of Churchill, Roosevelt, Stalin, Allied generals, but also Hitler, Mussolini, Quisling, and so on. But we've got also in wax the horrors of German concentration camp. But okay, so the small addition, fascinating and delightful children's section of mechanical moving figures, including Cinderella and Snow White. So it was all in one place in wax. So right now, okay, we will call this Holocaust distortion. We can think about this, that if somebody right now, we would do an exhibition, the horrors of the German concentration camp in wax, it wouldn't open. Because everybody said, this is something not right. This is wrong to do. But back then, this was also for profit, and for other places, people were interested to see. So this is one of the first examples we will call right now Holocaust distortion. So what's behind Holocaust distortion, if we're talking about motives? Obviously, the first thing is anti-Semitism and other conspiracy theories. So anti-Semitism is fueling Holocaust distortion. Also political and financial gain is fueling Holocaust distortion. Not to mention hate beliefs, also hate speech, and so on. Obviously, Holocaust in the last 80 years become a recognizable symbol. Symbol of atrocities, symbol of murder, a symbol everybody recognizes. If you've been to former Auschwitz-Birkenau camp and you can observe how tourists are making photos there, 90% of photos, first photo everybody's taking, sometimes putting on social media, is obviously Arbach macht Freigate. So everybody is taking out the cameras and the phones and doing this because everybody recognizes this as a symbol of Holocaust and symbol of this place. So using Holocaust as recognized symbol, connecting to other things, not connected to the Holocaust or history, I will discuss today, is a one way of, being Holocaust, trying to get into this river of talking about Holocaust and interest about Holocaust. Sometimes in cases of many countries, this is the motivation behind this rivalry of memory, that we suffered also in Europe. So everybody's talking about Holocaust, so we undermine Holocaust because we want people to hear about our suffering of our nations, especially in Central Eastern Europe. Obviously, we got post-truth era trends, so everybody should be undermined. The things that were axioms, as I told before, should be undermined. Sometimes it's just lack of knowledge or lack of awareness, lack of empathy. So we're using the topic of the Holocaust, we're distorting the Holocaust, not because we are anti-Semites, but just because we don't have knowledge about this. So we're thinking what we're thinking and doing this. One of the example of Holocaust distortion is obviously the gross minimization of the number of victims of the Holocaust in contradiction to sources. So this is undermining the authorities, these guardians of knowledge I told you about. We don't believe scholars or institutions. And we're trying to undermine, we are not saying that the Holocaust didn't happen, but we're trying, that the number 6 million or 1 million killed in Auschwitz is wrong. And this is, I put it from the X platform, this is from this year, January 18, that somebody was saying, but the highest in the number tattooed on Auschwitz, which is not true, it's a lie, by the way. It's less down. So why are we telling about that Holocaust in Auschwitz-Birkenau, 1 million Jews were killed, if the numbers are, and the obvious explanation for this that Jews were coming to Auschwitz-Birkenau, they were not tattooed because they were killed instantly. There are no registry for them in the camp. Numbers were tattooed on inmates who were registered as prisoners in the camp, not people who were killed. Sometimes, always, also, for example, we're talking about Holocaust in public discourse, not mentioning Jews or Sinti or Roma. So we're talking about Holocaust, but with no mentioning who died, who perished in the Holocaust. Another two examples. One example, the statement by Donald Trump. This is not recent, this is 2017. So in 2017, on Holocaust Memorial Day, Donald Trump issued a statement that we're honoring the 6 million people. And when organizations were addressing it, that we should mention that 6 million Jews, for example. So the spokeswoman for President Trump said that we are incredibly inclusive group. So he's saying people, not Jews. This was the same day when Donald Trump signed the travel ban to United States, you can remember, so very inclusive. The second example is from this year, on Monday on BBC, various BBC Breakfast, BBC News Channel, they were using phrase 6 million people or 6 million mostly Jewish people, and they apologize also for it. So, for example, not saying 6 million Jews or in the Holocaust perish Jews, Roma and Sinti, but 6 million people. This is also not new. During communist times, communists in Eastern Europe were saying in memory sites about people. This is from Kulmhof, from Helmno, in the forest. There is a quote from one of the inmates from December 1944. His name was Israel Zigelman. He wrote a note, and in this note, he wrote that we were taken to the small city between Koło and Dąbie. We were taken to the forest, and then we were gassed, and we were shot at, and we were burned. We are asking that our future brothers will punish our murderers, and we are asking the witnesses of our suffering who are living in this neighborhood that they will tell truth about this murder all around the world. The real quote from Israel Zigelman, that the murderers were named Germans, future brother were named our Jewish future brother, and the witnesses were named that witness Poles. And the communist government, when they put in 1964 this monument, omitted Germans, Jews, and Poles. Communist governments were saying that Holocaust was an international event. Everybody suffered. So they were not saying this is a Jewish thing, Holocaust, not Jews perished. The Czechoslovakian perished. Poles perished. People from Yugoslavia perished, but not Jews. So they were not addressing why Holocaust happened, about anti-Semitism, and who witnessed that. And even from the original quotes, they just erased who perpetrated it and who died. Sometimes in Holocaust distortion, we can see state-sponsored manipulation of Holocaust history for many reasons, but in order to sow political discourse within or outside national borders. This is the example from Bulgaria. In Bulgaria, in every March, we've got the Day of Salvation, and it's state-sponsored that in spring 1943, many organizations and also Orthodox Church tried to save 40,000 of Bulgarian Jews. This event, this fact is used by the government right now to say that all Bulgaria were saving Jews. And they're trying to also cover the fact that 40,000 Bulgarian Jews were saved. But Bulgaria, which was a Nazi ally, and they had King Boris III and pro-Nazi government were cooperating with Third Reich, but also in 1940 they had very harsh anti-Semitic, anti-Jewish legislation. They were occupying also some parts of Greece and Macedonia. And Jews from, for example, Macedonia were sent to concentration camps. So they didn't be saved by the Bulgarian. No, they're trying to cover that the whole Bulgaria was saving Jews during the Holocaust. But the Greek Jews, not so much. Another case is a case from Poland, when during the previous government, also we had many institutions were trying to also saying that whole Poland was saving Jews during the Holocaust, and every Pole should be righteous and have a tree and medal from Yad Vashem. So one of the cases, the state-sponsored institutions called Pilecki Institute had this program they called by the name, and they were erecting monuments to the to remembrance the Polish righteous among the nations. But the thing was also that they were not telling the full story. And how you can recognize this is a Holocaust distortion, and this is state-sponsored, sometimes propaganda. When you've got this monument, you can see that in the memory of Marianna, Władysław, and Stanisław Banaszek, murdered by the Germans for helping Jews. We know the name of the Jews that the family of Banaszek were saving, but they are not on the monument. So sometimes in the state-sponsored propaganda, in the state-sponsored propaganda, we have these instances that Jews are mentioned as Jews, but not by their names. So in the program, they called by name, which is a quote from one Polish poet. We called by name Poles, but we are not calling by name Jews. Another case, there are some intentional efforts to excuse or minimize the impact of the Holocaust and its principal elements, including collaborators and allies of Nazi Germany. And this is also about discussion about the level of cooperation with Nazi Germany by local collaborators. And another very, very famous example from Poland. In 2001, there was a big debate in Poland after the publication of the book The Neighbors by Jan Tomasz Gross, which is about the event which happened on 10th of July 1941 in a town called Jedwabne, when in town there was a pogrom of Jewish population in Jedwabne, which was inspired by Germans, but done by Poles. 300 Jews were taken to a barn by their neighbors, the Poles, and burned alive there. And the big discussion about Poland, Polish complicity, Polish people complicity under the German occupation, what happened in Jedwabne, but also in other places. Did we help in the Holocaust? That was the main question. And from there, this is the big political question, even after 25 years. So every year in Jedwabne, right-wing organizations are saying that we demand exhumation in Jedwabne, we got enough Jewish lies about Jedwabne, we are not responsible for Jedwabne, the Germans are, and Poles will not say sorry for German crimes. And even in presidential debates, every 5 years, we've got this topic of Jedwabne, even after 25 years. Another thing that sometimes we get the examples of blurring of responsibility of Nazi Germany by blaming other nations' ethnic groups. So this is mostly the cases from Germany. There's one case from Germany that convicted Holocaust denier denied the Holocaust at the Buchenwald Memorial, claimed that the concentration camps were the work of Zionists. He was persecuted, but this also is Holocaust distortion. So not only saying that Germans done everything, we had nothing to do with it, but also, okay, Nazi Germany, local collaborators, or even Jews. Because the Holocaust distortion sometimes can be an attempt to blame Jews for causing their own genocide. Sometimes the Jews are using the Holocaust in some matter of gain. Sometimes we got the statement that the Holocaust was a positive historical event, and it's suggesting that it didn't go far enough in accomplish its goal. That in Polish we've got many quotes like Hitler didn't kill them all. Sometimes it's trivialization or honoring the historical legacies of persons, of organizations that were complicit in the crimes of the Holocaust. And this is the example that we all know that history is not in black and white. History is not a simple story. Sometimes one person who can be a national hero to some nation could be also complicit in the Holocaust. And this is not, being a hero, being very heroic, heroically fighting with Germans, but fighting with Jews also. And we got the examples of this from Lithuania, from Ukraine, from Hungary, from other places, and debating these persons and organizations. Sometimes Holocaust distortion is also using the term Holocaust to reference events or concepts that are not related in meaningful ways. So this was what I told you about, that we are using Holocaust, but it's not connected. And we could see this during the COVID pandemic. So in May 2020, in United States, people start to protest against the lockdown regulations using the images of Anne Frank, using the yellow David star, and saying, for example, never again. This was also one of the things. This is from Toronto from spring 2021, because after vaccines were introduced, obviously, we are not the victims of another medical experiment like Auschwitz. This was the main theme. This is from Lithuania, from September 2021. And they were using also yellow stars as a COVID pass. But this photo is from Poland, from December 2021, where right-wing MPs were protesting just in front of Polish Sejm, the parliament, with this vaccine macht frei sign, and also saying this is Nuremberg 2.0. And they were not saying about the trials. They were saying that persecuting not vaccinated, not having COVID pass, it's like Nuremberg laws. The thing is that all these people, that especially the one person on the right, he's right now MEP in Brussels, and he's a Holocaust denier. He is anti-Semitic, openly anti-Semitic. He's saying that he hates Jews and things. So comparing himself to Jew during this demonstration, that this is like Nuremberg laws, this was quite, in anti-Semitic discourse, we sometimes thinking, okay, it's not internal logic, there's no logic at all. So you can say that you hate Jews, but you compare yourself to being a Jew under Nazi rule. Sometimes we can see these comparisons to political events. And obviously, we have many, many examples of that after October 7 and attack of Hamas. This is from November, also from November 2023, just after a few days after Hamas attack, on Instagram account of Turkish national television, so state-sponsored television. This is one of the first examples of Turkish anti-Semitic propaganda. So they were comparing Gaza, and they were saying the Gaza siege, to Warsaw Ghetto, and they were showing also photos. So one of the first examples, we all seen probably all these photos comparing Gaza and war in Gaza to Warsaw Ghetto and to Holocaust. This is quite common. But the origin is from Turkish propaganda, then Russian state official propaganda, the Russian trolls took it and spread around the internet. So Turkish official propaganda was saying that comparing that Hamas is like Jewish combat organization during the ghetto uprising in 1943 in Warsaw. The Jewish combat organization job was fighting Nazis. Hamas is a political resistance to defender of the Gaza people. So they were comparing known terrorists to Jewish combat organization. But in this comparison, you can see also that they're comparing the situation in Gaza is worse than in Warsaw Ghetto, because in Warsaw Ghetto they had water and fuel, but they got only food supply rationed. In Warsaw Ghetto, 100,000 people died of hunger during the 2 years. So saying that food supply was rationed only is not only Holocaust distortion, but on the brink of Holocaust denial. In this case, online we can see also comparing not only obviously political situation on the Middle East, but you can see also in the case, for example, recent protests in Iran. The Iranian propaganda, official propaganda, but also Russian propaganda right now is fueling all social media, saying this is the Jewish conspiracy. So the war is, as we know, is online. Also, the use of imaginary language associated with the Holocaust, political, ideological, commercial purposes. I was talking about political and ideological, but the few examples, the first example on the left, this is also a TikTok. In 2020, there was this trend on TikTok of people, that time traveler, the people from the Holocaust, the Jewish people are coming to 2020 and they're trying to behave. Or we can recreate that we are trying to be somebody from the Holocaust. We got also, you can see, Ecological Crystal Not Listen by Al Gore from 1989. Albert Gore, the author of the article, is Al Gore, which was a vice president of United States and presidential candidate United States. So he was saying about climate change. Another example from 2015, this is from Great Britain. So one of the leaders of, former leaders of political parties was asked about nuclear facility, which were moved to Wales, and he was saying that no doubt there are many jobs provided in Auschwitz and places like that, but they didn't justify this existence. So he compared nuclear facility, Trident, its army facility, to Auschwitz. He apologized for that. And another example, for example, when we got many protests about the animals and vegan movement, they're also quite often using Holocaust, distorting Holocaust like this, so animal Holocaust, but also photos like this to animals or people are Nazis. So comparing photos of, in this case, pigs with human bodies. Which also is on brink. It's Holocaust distortion for sure, but this is one of these cases when one can feel that this is not right. This is something, this should be done. And there's a question, why are people exploiting Holocaust stories for money? Because it sells. Holocaust as an international symbol sells stories. Stories about the Holocaust sells. And selling a lot. Most popular book about Holocaust, The Tattooist of Auschwitz by Heather Morris. So a story which is presented as a story of Lalo Sokolov, and Heather Morris was saying that she's the, Lalo Sokolov told her the story for the first time. It's not true. Lala and his wife are telling the stories to Shoah Foundation 10 years before. She said that many copies, there are TV stories. Some things in this book are not real, so it's more like imaginary of the author, Heather Morris, how she imagined Auschwitz-Birkenau camp. Obviously, we all know other books about Auschwitz. The examples are from Polish bookstores, but there's also a meme that we should publish book Auschwitz from Auschwitz, because everything is from Auschwitz. There's a bakery, orchestra from Auschwitz, music from Auschwitz, mystery from Auschwitz, escaping from Auschwitz, sisters from Auschwitz, librarian from Auschwitz, children from Auschwitz, barber from Auschwitz, secret room in Auschwitz. So we should publish a book, Auschwitz from Auschwitz, and it will be a national bestseller. And people are selling these stories. They're not convinced about the facts. They're saying this is from Auschwitz and just writing some fiction, and they're selling this as historical truth. So this is based on facts. But mostly it's like 10% of facts and 90% of imagination. They're not checking facts and so on. So Auschwitz Memorial is doing a great job in many cases on social media. And somebody is saying that Tattoos of Auschwitz this is nothing short of amazing. The Auschwitz Memorial is saying that factual mistakes and misrepresentation made by Heather Morris resulted in creating a distorted version of Auschwitz. This is dangerous and disrespectful to history. The story deserves better. So the institutions are still protesting, but still TV series and so on. We've got also some cases for misusing photos. This is a photo from Bergen-Belsen, and it was used by Polish far-right parties for many years, showing the other photo from Auschwitz, from Jedwabne. So this is the moment the barn was burning. And they were explaining that this is the photo from Jedwabne. And 3 years ago, this photo was also used by Israeli embassy in Poland on Twitter. They also thought that this is the photo from Jedwabne. No, this is the photo from Bergen-Belsen. It's from May 1945, after liberation of Bergen-Belsen. The former prisoners in Bergen-Belsen were burning barracks. And there is a British flag on it. But this photo was also used, so another fake photo, another distortion. Right now, we've got many AI fakes all around the world, and they're not doing this for Holocaust distortion itself, but it sells, so it clicks, and every click means money. So AI-generated fake photos from concentration camps and so on, they're all around. So how we can counter Holocaust distortion? First of all, we can share facts, verified information, obviously. We can report hateful content. We don't amplify distorted content. But mostly, we are building on facts. We are building on testimonies, on documents, on archives, on the real, we tell the real stories. And as we know, history is not black and white, and history is quite complicated. History of Holocaust is also quite complicated. One of the examples, this is the testimony of Franciszka Greenberg, who with her family, she was into hiding for 3 years in Warsaw and around Warsaw. She was writing her diary in 1945, which was published in Polish. Maybe it will be published. And she shows us that sometimes we do not have answers. When we're asking, for example, why it happened, she was asking the same question in 1944, 1945, when she was hiding. Why we are so unhappy, without a roof over our heads, without pillows, without clothes, constantly in fear. What will become of us? Why do these people live like this? And why we live differently? Why, and there's no answer. So sometimes we cannot explain why Holocaust happened. We know, we can list the reasons, but the main question why, one of my professors, Professor Barbara Engelke, is always saying that the accumulating a knowledge sometimes is not accumulation of understanding. In the case of Holocaust, we sometimes can understand more, and this needs to be told, that history is not a Swedish buffet we can choose something from. Holocaust story especially need to be told exactly and with empathy and understanding, but sometimes we cannot understand everything because we cannot understand fully the evil, what happened. Obviously, in combating Holocaust distortion, educational projects and tools are very important for us. So many institutions got this educational project and tools we can use, like maps, like workshops, like this PATH project you've been a part of. Also, education's got this projects for widened audience, like especially consulted films or books. There are many of these, and you know that. Very important thing also that remembers education, especially in small places, in forgotten places of Holocaust, can be distorted Holocaust. Sometimes, this is my Polish experience, the first photo on the left is from one of my hometowns, when I lived for many years, 100 meters from Jewish cemetery, not knowing it was a Jewish cemetery, not knowing that in my town, 1/3 of the population before 1939 was Jewish, because nobody taught me about it. But when I started to think about my local history, and I understood that, okay, this is the local history that happened in my town, a Holocaust. This is not the story of big town like Warsaw or Budapest. This is the story of my Jewish population in my hometown. It became quite different for me. So yeah, so this remembrance education to dig the local stories and to counterfeit fake trees, the big lies, the dark forest about Holocaust and Holocaust distortion. Because as Elie Wiesel said, memory has its own language, its own texture, its own secret melody. It can be wounded, it can be stolen, it can be shamed, but it's up to us to rescue it and save it from becoming cheap, banal, and sterile. To remember means to lend an ethical dimensions to endeavors and aspiration. And this is not also only about history in general. This is about Holocaust. Telling the Holocaust in the right way, the actual facts, what happened, not distorting them, and trying to be careful about Holocaust distortion, identify it, define it, and fight it. is most crucial. Because in post-era witnesses, when there's nobody left to tell us, we saw this, it happened, it means that this is the event from very, very distant past. For my generation, this is the event my grandparents told me about it. For your generation, this is a story of your great-grandparents. So it's very, very long past. This is the times before internet, this is the times before mobile phones, and so on. So telling this right with empathy and not becoming cheap and banal, this is the main goal. Because if we forgot Holocaust, we've forgot lessons. Somebody saying that history is not repeating itself, it's more like sometimes a circle just going around. If we still believe in think that it shouldn't happen, that Holocaust was the evil, and Holocaust and other genocides in human history shouldn't happen. So forgetting one of another, saying about rival of memory that this is, okay, the suffering, who suffered more? We should prevent all the suffering. And that's why the lesson of the Holocaust is crucial, and that's why we should combat everything which distorts its lesson from the history and history itself. Thank you. It's for questions.
Can you stay here?
Yeah.
Great, excellent. Thank you, Agnieszka, for that very clear explanation of the complexities that we're dealing with, and for explaining it in a very understandable way. Thank you very much. It was excellent. And now we have a little bit of time for a Q&A session. I'm sure that there are many questions. Let's use the time to ask Dr. Haska. Yes, maybe some questions already from the audience. I think we'll go around with a microphone, perhaps, if we can assist.
Hi, with AI getting better and better every day, how can we distinguish between real photos or real videos or fake ones about the Holocaust?
Thank you for that question. Okay, so this is the question for Mark Zuckerberg, mostly, and for other big tech heroes. But obviously right now even we've got tools there are first engines trying to search that photo, if it's really or not. And obviously this is like a race from Disney cartoon. So we are racing the big bunny trying to get somewhere. It's like beep beep, and the AI is doing like this. But I think that because we all recognize that this is dangerous, and this is dangerous for the politics, and this is dangerous for the democracy. If you can see the film that some politicians are doing something they didn't done, and so it's undermining democracy. So as far as I know, European Union is addressing also this thing, and I think the first reason and the first solution for this should be that all AI content should be marked. Like this is made by AI. And I think the future will be like this, and I like science fiction, really a lot. So all this machine-generated things and AI things there will be a stamp. This is AI. But obviously the dark web will do what they want. So we need to be careful, simply. We need to be careful and have this mind that if somebody is calling us and saying, we want your money, we're not giving it. If the machine is showing us a photo which is a fake, can be a fake. So we need to change our mindset that if it happened because we got a photo, that there's a photo of it, sorry, it can be fake. We are at 200 years of photography, and right now we need to change this. Okay, this can be not not true, because we know that photography is lying for us. Photography was always lying, by the way, but it's another topic.
So there's no one special trick in that case, because I would have the similar question, how can I tell?
No, there's no one special trick,
Okay.
but I think that it will be in a few years.
Let's hope so.
Let's hope so, especially in Europe. Especially next election, something went wrong because of AI. All politicians will be, okay, we need to do something about it.
Thanks for that fantastic question. Thanks.
Yeah. There is one, there is one there and here. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Harvey Zoden. Thank you for an excellent presentation. So following up on that question, because everything involves yin and yang, how can you use high tech now with robotics and things like that to bring the story of the Holocaust to life for children and grown-ups, so to use AI and high tech for good?
Thank you for this fantastic question. I'm not saying that the AI and all the mechanisms are the evil. As I said, I like science fiction, and personally, I'm wanting a robot at my house because I have no time for cleaning. But obviously the AI and tech are also bringing us good. So it's not evil and it's not Satan should be locked in a cellar. For example, digital access to archives. That right now the machines can compare. Obviously, as scholars, then we need to do something about it. We cannot just, compare it. But machine translation, for example, that there are right now, even now, AI-generated programs that can read letters, for example, and translate it, and trying to get another document from the archives. This is also the future of Holocaust research, that we can generate maps. For example, 10 years ago, when we were creating a map of Warsaw Ghetto, we spent 6 months talking to IT. Right now, IT is talking to AI, and we can generate a map. We've got new tools to show, and also for education. So this is also the future, that digital era is showing us how to research and how to compare, and also how to open archives. 10 years ago, for example, for me, I need to go to Vienna to see the archives. Right now, I've got all archival description about Holocaust on one page, and this is European Holocaust Research Infrastructure, which is great. Yeah, there was one question here. Yeah. No.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
So there was one point in the presentation where it said it was a myth that the Holocaust was caused and organized by Zionists. And I would like to understand this point a little bit more. What exactly is meant with that, and why something like that would happen?
Okay, so this thing about this man making a statement in Buchenwald that the Holocaust was organized by Zionists. Firstly, obviously, it's bluntly lie. Secondly, we've got this, that right now Zionism all around the world became a symbol and a theme that all the evil is made by Zionists. And it's obviously, the thing is that the history of Zionism, especially in Central Eastern Europe, is very complex. So it's more like saying that there is a monster and we call this Zionism. For me, as a Polish person, it reminds in March 1968, the communist government in Poland trying to expel all the remaining Jewish population, and they were using the same term. So Zionists go to Israel. So this person just combined Holocaust Zionism in one sentence, which was wrongful, and he is a convicted Holocaust denier, and right now he's convicted Holocaust distorter by German authorities. So in many cases, especially in conflict Gaza, and especially in memory places like Buchenwald camp or former Auschwitz-Birkenau camp, we've got this incident that somebody is coming and saying, we are not, as Germans or as Poles, responsible for that. The Zionists are the evil ones everywhere. All the Israelis are evils everywhere. So they're just using this as a political tool. And they're using Holocaust as a political tool, as I showed you in this meme about the Turkish official propaganda. Yeah, so we've got one more question.
I'm going to say maybe one, two more
Yeah.
questions.
Yeah, from the audience, yeah.
Because you said he's a convicted, to that question from him, he's a convicted Holocaust distorter and denier. I just wanted to know to what extent is distortion illegal in Austria or Germany as well? Because it seems like that's a great distortion. So it's obviously illegal, but in a sense, if you don't really know what you're talking about, you could distort and maybe then be convicted, or what would be the cause?
As far as I know, in this case, there was the law was used that because it happened on the site of Buchenwald camp. So in many European countries, you've got this law about not only distorting the history, but I want to say, okay, I'm not the law person. So, my understanding is like the desecration of the sacred place in case of national remembrance or national memory. So, for example, in Poland, we've got when somebody, for example, is trying to protest in Birkenau former death camp. So, obviously, the museum are not allowing this, or they're trying to get people out, or they're saying, okay. So we can try to, for example, find somebody for doing this because this is a place of national remembrance and there are special laws that you can not do some things in the place of national remembrance. So in this case it's distortion, but mostly distortion. Sometimes in some countries we've got this law that distortion is more like hate speech. But in many cases we've got the special laws about the Holocaust. So, for example, lying about Holocaust or Holocaust denial, but also distorting Holocaust. In many cases, for example, there are private people who are taking these cases to court. So saying wrong things, saying not facts about Holocaust, saying defaming my family, for example, on the fate of my family, what happened. And there are mostly court cases with financial fines, like 10,000 euros, 20,000 euros in this, yeah. So we've got a question here.
I think let's take one more.
Yeah, so.
One last question.
This is also a question about the question asked before about the bad Zionists being the reason of all evil. Do you think that people who do this kind of distortion for their living should have a place in a panel discussion like here? And this is a question not only to you, but to everybody in this room.
Okay, so to answer your question, I think that we all should think about the context of the situation and context of what we're talking about and how we talk about some things. I think that I can imagine a discussion, we can all imagine a discussion with persons who have only conspiracy theories in mind. I'm not saying I'm believing in discussing this, but I can imagine a discussion with a person like this. And I think that some discussions are important, but sometimes there's no place or time for discussions like this. So if, for example, somebody wants to discuss some more controversial topics, we can do this with coffee or one-on-one. Sometimes this kind of discussion shouldn't be in public, but nevertheless, discussions like this are doing in our homes and our families or with our friends. I've got many friends who right now are deep into conspiracy theories about Jewish conspiracy and about anti-Semitism, what's happening in Middle East right now. We've got many discussions about Iran. I'm very tired of this discussion and defending the truth. And this is the main Bartolini law. It's called Bartolini law. The amount of efforts you're doing to debunk fake theories, conspiracy theories, the Holocaust distortion, you name it, to debunk all the Bartolini law definitions of bullshit. So the amount of energy is a third time more than saying all this bullshit, in many ways. If you're saying the conspiracy theory can be bullshit. So yeah, so Bartolini is lots of efforts, but I think that, yeah, so there's always a time and place for discussion, but sometimes it shouldn't be public. There's better to discuss this one-on-one.
Great. I think probably the objective of the discussion is important.
Yeah.
If the objective is to understand each other better, then gladly, but yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Agnieszka. Thanks once again. You can stay here. So, with this in mind, we are going to turn to the core of today's conference, which is, of course, the project path itself, which we will be doing in 10 minutes after a very quick break. If we can meet back here in 10 minutes at 11 o'clock, we will continue from there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
So welcome back. Thanks for being on time. Path is not just one single journey, but it's many journeys that are intertwined across countries, across institutions, and across generations. Our first panel today is going to focus on the architecture of Path, the ideas, activities, challenges, partnerships, and the commitments that made it all possible. I'm delighted to welcome representatives from the Austrian service abroad who accompanied the participants throughout their journey and helped shape the Path project from an idea to a lived experience. Please welcome with me Marina Maier and Alexander Novakovic. Marina Maier is a lawyer who focuses on international law. She has published in the field of She published in the field of rehabilitation of perpetrators, reconciliation, and genocide denial, and is now conducting her PhD research at the University of Leiden, where her research focuses on the enforcement of punishment in intentional criminal law, international criminal law, including incarceration, early release, and post-release stages of punishment. Marina herself was an Austrian peace servant abroad in Rwanda and Bosnia, and then the director of the association Austrian Service Abroad, which of course is one of the organizations behind the Project Path. Alexander has served as the head of education at Austrian Service Abroad since April 2024. He's a student of sinology at the Department of East Asian Studies at the University of Vienna and is currently finishing his master's thesis on transitional justice and memory politics in Taiwan. In 2021, he completed his Gedenkdienst at the Cape Town Holocaust and Genocide Center, where his final project was organizing an international symposium titled Impossibilities of a Cooperative Approach to Transitional Justice. Marina, perhaps you can begin by taking us back to how this whole journey started.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
About now? Okay. Good morning, everybody. Once again, on behalf of ASA, Austrian Service Abroad, thank you so much, Ms. Kamera, for the kind introduction. And thank you, Dr. Haschka, for such a timely and indeed very needed presentation and lecture, which really sets a scope for our conference today. On behalf of Austrian Service Abroad, I would like to provide you with some basic information about the project, about the concept of this project, and also emphasize its achievements and as well as challenges. This project came into being as a joint effort of the four organizations, Bnei Brit, Auschwitz Jewish Center Foundation, and Bnei Akiva. The organization Bnei Brit left the consortium over a year ago, and Austrian Service Abroad took over the tasks or so-called work packages of organization Bnei Brit and implemented them. Most of the project activities were organized by the remaining three organizations, except for this conference, which is organized by the association Austrian Service Abroad only. Let me begin with just a few words about our organization. For those of you who might not be familiar with what we actually do in Austria and abroad, Austrian Service Abroad is an association which was founded in 1998. Since then, we've been sending Austrian volunteers to serve at partner institutions around the globe. Today, we have around 110 volunteers who are now abroad, over 200 who are in preparation for their service, and thousands who have gone through our program in the last 30+ years. We began with a specific mission to foster Holocaust remembrance, as Ambassador Eichtinger also told you in his opening remarks. That also remains central to our work. The majority of our volunteers still participate in what we call the Gedenkdienst, or the Holocaust Memorial Service track. But over the time, our mission expanded, and we introduced the so-called social service track, as well as the peace service track, so Sozialdienst und Friedensdienst. Why? To broaden both the scope of our partnerships, to broaden the impact of our efforts, and also to offer our volunteers more choice and options. We now work with more than 160 partner organizations globally, from Holocaust museums, Jewish community centers, to different peace institutions, memorials, and not only Holocaust memorials, also with other genocide memorials, social service institutions, NGOs, and more. Our volunteers contribute not only to these institutions, but also to the Austrian Republic, which they represent proudly, and perhaps most meaningfully to their own personal growth and to their own personal understanding. On the screens, you see our 2025 cohort. These young people are already abroad, so they're not here in the audience. They are now serving at their deployment sites. And in the audience today, you notice there are many young faces. They represent our past and future cohorts. I think all of you have a question now. You might wonder about the gender and age representation of our volunteers. While Austrian service abroad is actually open to all genders and all ages, many of our participants are young men, as this program often serves officially as an alternative to mandatory military or civilian service in Austria. That's why young men around 18 years old after finishing school in Austria are so attracted to our office. Our organization has a very small office in Vienna, currently only 3 people. In fact, as Ms. Kammerer mentioned, I'm the former director of this organization, and my activities are now limited to concluding just a few projects like this one. We were very lucky to have hired our new director, Jean-Luc Loos, whom you see here, and who is now supported by the head of volunteer support and administration, Jens Kaldenbach, and the head of education, Alex Novakovic, who is in fact the primary coordinator of the PATH project. We are also supported, and we have always been supported by our volunteers. During their preparation, during their service, and sometimes even after that, they still help us. They take on different roles and assist the office with a variety of tasks. So how does it all connect to the PATH project, you might ask? Well, very directly. As I mentioned, before sending our volunteers abroad, we are responsible for preparing them properly, and we take this responsibility really seriously. In fact, this preparation is what sets our program apart from other volunteering offers in a usual sense. And that's exactly where the project PATH comes in. PATH was a very ambitious project. Within this project, together with our partners, we developed quite a comprehensive approach to Holocaust education. We designed the project to be very diverse in method, mixing small groups dialogue with large frontal lectures, short trips concentrating only on one memorial site, or longer study trips with full immersion experiences, meetings with survivors in smaller groups, interfaith and interreligious exchange. We worked with different experts, with materials. We worked with documentaries. Once we even organized a meeting with a documentary director, and all working together for the participants, not just to learn, but truly to absorb the scale, the magnitude, and also the human consequences of the tragedy of the Holocaust. Alex, our project lead, will be explaining the activities in a more detail just in a couple of minutes, so I will not go further into details here. But what I want to stress is that this project was more than just a curriculum. What we attempted to create was a learning space and also a safe space for young people to explore the complex history of the Holocaust, to discuss the deeper questions of memory, of responsibility, of atrocity prevention. So the key question for me was always, how do we help them turn the knowledge into a genuine mindset of never again, and more importantly, never again for everyone. We live in a time marked by multiple armed conflicts, and ignoring current realities would be unrealistic for the Holocaust education. These realities force us to rethink again and again how Holocaust education speaks to young people today, and what they really get from it, what they really learn from it. We planned this project not as a mass education course, not as a history course. We deliberately focused on quality and not quantity, and on diverse methods. We worked closely and deeply with smaller cohorts, but over an extended period of time, with the hope that after this program they will go on in the world and serve, as we sometimes call them, capsules of remembrance and responsibility, or in other words, we just want to achieve is a multiplier effect. We also hope that we raised important questions and motivated our participants to explore further, to think critically, and to listen to the opinions of the others. We believe that they were able to enjoy themselves despite the complexity and emotional difficulty of the topics we worked with, and that also friendships emerged from this project. The participants will be sharing their experiences later this afternoon, and I'm very much looking forward to learning also from their experiences as well. But for now, thank you very much for being here today and for being a part of this shared effort to remember and shape a future rooted, at least, in awareness. Thank you so much.
Hello, hello. Wonderful. Okay, thank you, Marina, for this wonderful introduction. I am now going to give you a simple overview of the path activities we have conducted in the past 3 years. But since this is a 2-year project and we had a lot of activities, I will also focus on some highlights just so you can have a better understanding of how the entire project was conducted. So PATH set itself 4 goals to begin with. First one, to increase the knowledge of the Holocaust. The second one, to scale reach of Holocaust remembrance efforts. We conducted the social media campaign. I will talk about this in greater detail later. To develop active citizenship skills, what in German we call develop Zivilcourage, and also look further on the issue of women representation in Holocaust history. These were the 4 major themes. So how did we try to reach these goals, and what activities were actually planned in order for young people to be able to learn this knowledge? So you can roughly divide the activities we have planned and conducted in 4 different categories. There was an extensive part of online learning, lectures and online sort of opportunities where young people can exchange views. There was an in-person seminar lasting for 5 days every year. There were study visits, short study visits, and long study visits, and as well as the opportunity, as Marina just said, the creation of a social space where young people can get together, exchange views, and learn from each other. So let me talk in greater detail about the activities. First of all, let me start with the seminar. So the aim of the seminar was to provide the participants with some sort of basic knowledge and with the basics of Holocaust education. However, we also put emphasis on showing them the diversity of the Holocaust discourse. We looked at the diversity of victimhood during the Nazi regime. My colleague, who is unfortunately sick today, conducted a workshop on the Holocaust, or the genocide of Roma and Sinti. We had an association called Lila Winkel, who is which purposes to commemorate the victims of Jehovah's Witnesses. And after receiving a short introduction about different theories of memory, the participants were asked to design their own memorials of a certain historical event. So there was also a creative aspect to the seminar. We also talked about topics like denazification, the denazification process in Austria, with an emphasis on denazification process of teachers. So we did not only talk about the Holocaust itself, but also how societies deal with it on a societal, political, and legal level. In Austria, probably more failed than successful, but these are topics which were also part of the seminar. We talked about the development of the perpetrator discourse. So after the end of Second World War, when people asked the question, how could this happen? And who were these people who could commit those murderous crimes? The first association people had was monsters. Nazis are monsters. Only monsters are capable of committing those crimes. This, in the 1950s, this was sort of the maybe consensus the world society had reached until in 1961. A Jewish intellectual called Hannah Arendt came up with a different theory and idea, and she came up with the idea of banality of evil and how blindly following orders is actually the main reason how such atrocities can happen. This was then later challenged by a scholar called Mr. Goldhagen, who said, no, blindly following orders, this is not getting us anywhere. It was exterminatory anti-Semitism. There was an ideological reason for the Holocaust to happen. And if you erase ideology, you cannot understand how genocides work. Then in the 2000s, Christopher Browning wrote his book, Ordinary Germans, and said, well, ideology, maybe, but when I conducted interviews with former SS guards, they said they conducted these crimes because they were fighting with their friends, with their comrades for a great goal. They wanted to be loyal with their friends. And this is how these crimes happen. So you have this relationship between blindly following orders, ideological fanaticism, and ordinary people having ordinary needs. They want to be acknowledged, they want to do something meaningful. How do these three aspects interact with each other when we want to understand such crimes? We also talked about the concept of ambiguity, and as Dr. Haska today reiterated several times, history is not written in black and white. So if you look at the biographies of people during the Second World War, you will realize that people were confronted with moral dilemmas, where no matter what they did, it was always be wrong. Primo Levi called this the gray zone, something you cannot really define in right or wrong, black or white, but something in between. And how do we deal with these situations? We talked about the difference, what is, for example, the difference between actively supporting a totalitarian regime versus passively supporting a totalitarian regime. What is the difference between responsibility and guilt? What about resistance? What about if you kill somebody in the process of resistance? Is this legitimate? Is this illegitimate? What about the aspect of collaboration? So there are a lot of very ethically difficult questions surrounding the Holocaust, And we're also very proud that we did not shy away from having these discussions, but we wanted to create a space where people can share their views, and where also maybe we can reach a consensus about different ethically challenging questions. So this was the seminar. We also conducted a series of online lectures every year, talking about them with a really wide range of different topics, talking about them in detail. It would take too much time. One that I personally remember quite vividly is, so some of our lectures had, for example, a focus on Ukraine. And we had one of the educators from Babi Yar online in the Zoom meeting, I think 2 years after the Babi Yar memorial was bombed. And she talked about how they try to rebuild it and preserve it. And it really showed sort of how fragile and vulnerable memory can be, and memorials can be, if they are not preserved. We conduct testimony trainings with Yad Vashem, 3 training sessions. The first one about how to conduct testimonial interviews with Holocaust survivors, what are techniques to be used, what should you take care of, what questions can you ask, what questions should you refrain from asking, what are just normal interviewing methods. We talked about the digital capabilities and how digital capabilities reshape how Holocaust memory is represented. So these testimonies started as very long, 4-5 hour long videos after conducted in the living room of the survivors, telling their story, having usually a certain structure, focusing on their life before the Holocaust, during the Holocaust, and after the Holocaust. After the end of the Cold War, many of former places which were restricted to the survivors could be visited again, so then the videos changed a bit. The cameras accompanied the survivors to the former places, their places where they grew up. So cinematographic elements were introduced. When YouTube came, the videos were shortened to roughly 50 minutes to make them more digestible, to make them more accessible for a wider audience. And today we have arrived at the place where we have 60-second reels of Holocaust survivor testimonies. And every time a new technology is introduced, and every time a new format is being, people try to use a new format, there is resistance, and people argue about the question, what is an adequate representation of Holocaust memory and what is inadequate. I will talk about this aspect in a second. We also conducted several meetings with Holocaust survivors. I will show you their pictures later. And we also did, on the basis of those meetings with the survivors, a social media campaign. So 2 days ago, I met with the volunteers on Zoom, and I took this debate of what is adequate versus inadequate representation of Holocaust memory. How do you define this? Are there any objective, criteria? Who defines? Who has the right to define what is adequate and inadequate? And we started to look at the trailer of the Holocaust miniseries, which came out in first in the US and then in Western Germany, Holocaust, the history of the family Weiss in 1978. And when this when this miniseries came out, it was heavily criticized. It is fictionalizing the Holocaust, it is trivializing the Holocaust, it is commercializing the Holocaust. This is a really inadequate, disrespectful representation of this memory. And as a reaction to this miniseries, the French director Claude Lanzmann then created his documentary Shoah, which did not use a fictional but a documentary approach to representing this memory of the same length, also lasting for about 10 hours. However, then people realized the fictional approach, although it might seem less adequate, 20 million people in Western Germany watched that TV show. And the reason why we frequently use the word Holocaust today is partly because that TV show popularized this term. Whereas the, let's say, more adequate, although it was also not uncriticized, you know, of Shoah did not receive such a high view. So I took this discussion of these two series and documentaries, and I let the volunteers look at different representations of Holocaust memory on Instagram. So we looked at official accounts, Yad Vashem, Auschwitz Memorial, Mauthausen. We looked at unofficial accounts, maybe more activistic accounts, young people who say Holocaust memory is really something I'm engaged in, and I want to educate people through these platforms. How do they differ? And we also looked at the videos we have created within our own association, within the project path. What have we done? How well were they received, the recordings we have uploaded, and so on. And I remember, this happened 2 days ago, which is quite interesting. So when I discussed this, I showed them a short clip, which was quite controversially discussed, of a Holocaust survivor, Lily Ebert, dancing, sort of using a TikTok trend at the time, dancing, and sort of while she's dancing, there is a short text introducing her life. This is where I was born, this is the concentration camps I've been to, this is how I was liberated. And I asked them, what do you think of this? Is this adequate? Is this inadequate? What do we do with this? Yeah, it's a very short clip, only lasting for a few seconds. In my view, it's a bit tasteless. But again, so we're an open forum. I asked our volunteers, and one volunteer immediately said, yes, this is wonderful, and this is a very engaging form, and I can read about the biography of this survivor, and if there would only be a link, I can click on, so I can know more about this person, but there is no link, so I must continue scrolling, you know. This was one opinion. The other opinion was, no, this is completely disrespectful. It's undignified. Such forms should not exist. And then we had a third opinion on that video, which I found very fascinating. One of the volunteers said, no, this video is not bad. Because when I see this video of a Holocaust survivor explaining and talking about her history while she's dancing, I'm asking myself, and I'm paraphrasing a bit, who are we being as young people, who are we being as a generation, that we are letting a 99-year-old Holocaust survivor dance so we can take notice of her? And he said, this video sort of almost serves as a mirror for us to see sort of our own ignorance and maybe laziness to deal with this history. Yeah, I'm not making this up, yeah, and the person is probably here today as well, yeah. But for me, this is always really fascinating and interesting to see when our volunteers actually come to analyses and when they come to results that we didn't think of, yeah. So these are 5 activities so far. I haven't talked about the most, let's not say important, but at least on an organizational level, the most sort of exhausting activities, which are the study trips. So every year, the program lasted for 2 years. Every year there were... Yes, I will move them later and show you some pictures. Every year, there were 7 activities. The same program was done twice with 2 different cohorts. Every year we had approximately over 100 participants, and every year 3 short study trips were conducted. So the first one was to Vienna. We had a focus on Jewish Vienna. The second one was conducted to Linz, to the forced labor, to the Museum of Contemporary History with a focus on forced labor. The third trip was to Obersalzberg, so one of the headquarters of the National Socialists, where, for example, the decision to invade Poland was made. And it was really interesting to also engage with the guides during those short study trips. So I remember in Obersalzberg, they say they're fighting every day with the public to keep this place as a memorial because there are swastikas appearing almost every day. And then the guides must get there and, I don't know, put a sticker on there. And then the next day there will be a swastika on the sticker. And the day after, the guy must, it must be removed or something else must be put there. So it really shows that memorialization is not only an intellectual process, but these small gestures, they count. I think interacting with these guys also also had a lasting impression on the participants. In the second year, we used a slightly different approach. First, we went to Schloss Hartheim Castle, former killing place for victims of euthanasia. And then we went to two former concentration camps or satellite concentration camps, which are Leubel and maybe less well-known Jasenovac. And here we used a different approach or a different framework because these two camps have something in common. They are divided by a national border. So Leubel is divided. You have one part of the camp on the Austrian today and on the Slovenian side, and with Jasenovac you have one part on the Croatian and on the Republika Srpska side of Bosnia. And so we organized a tour on both sides. In the Austrian case, it was with the same organization. In the Croatian, a sort of Austrian-Slovenian case, it was with the same organization. In the Croatian-Bosnian case, it was with the two different memorials. And we wanted to show the participants how memory is obviously also heavily influenced and shaped by national narratives. So we went to the Austrian part of Leubel and we saw a barely sort of maintained former campsite because Austria for a very long time was in denial of its history until the early 90s. And when you went to Leubel, you saw a completely different also way to approach memorialization. There was this idea that concentration camps, former concentration camps, should not be rebuilt to sort of replicate the historical authenticity, but that these places should be given back to nature. So they are preserved on some kind, but you can see, for example, grass growing over many of the ruins and the places which are still preserved. And interestingly, we also realized this during the longer study trips to Poland and Germany, I will talk about in a second. It is these places which are more engulfed in nature that the participants turned most sort of silent and inward, and where the most respect for the victims was harbored rather than in any replication of a concentration camp within, rebuilt barracks and so on. And something that struck some of the participants, for example, on the Slovenian side, was the emphasis on anti-fascist memorialization. So the guide explained that remembrance about Italian fascism and German fascism, there's no distinction between them made in importance. And this goes back to the Yugoslavian legacy of commemoration, which is in stark contrast to the Austrian side. So, I have 5 minutes, yes? I'm almost done. So, these are all tools we gave our participants in their hands to understand how memory is shaped within national context, within international context, how memory can differ of the same place, yes, how memory can be different, and how sort of what tools you can have to analyze this. The most extensive, yes, this is us in the seminar in Mauthausen in front of the House of Remembrance. You can see the socializing aspect here as well, learning on site. So these were the most extensive study trips we have conducted. The short study trips all lasted for a single day to the 6 places I just explained. And here we had a study trip lasting for 1 week in 2024 to Poland, in 2025 to Germany. So the study trip to Poland had a concept very close to what Yad Vashem does with their memorial, with their testimony trainings. We divided the trip into 3 different themes: life, Jewish life in Poland before, during, and after the Holocaust. We went to visit different synagogues. We went in different museums to learn about the Jewish history before the Holocaust. We visited Auschwitz, Treblinka, and Plaszow, former concentration camps. But we also visited a Jewish community center, and our volunteers participated in a Shabbat service, so they can understand there's also still this active part of Jewish life within Poland. Since, I'll be done in a second. So since the first long study trip, or core study trip, as we call it, focused more on the victim side, we wanted, and since we went to Germany, we wanted to put a stronger emphasis on the perpetrator side during our study trip to Germany. And we had a bit of a crazy program because we started in Munich and continued to Nuremberg and Weimar, right to Berlin within 8 days. And when we arrived in Sachsenhausen in Berlin, one of the guides there jokingly said that this is a Chinese, we have the Chinese Holocaust program because we're visiting so many places. It's such a short time. Yeah, I felt a bit offended. So this is apparently what I get from my degree. But so we wanted to put stronger emphasis on the perpetrator side and understand, okay, how did National Socialism rise? How do democracies die? So when we went to Munich, we visited the Documentation Center of National Socialism. We went further to Nuremberg, where people were exposed to the former Nazi rally grounds, where they were exposed to seeing the National Socialist megalomania on an architectural scale, which also left an impression with them. But we also wanted to sort of explore the diversity of memory. So we went to the former concentration camps in Buchenwald, Sachsenhausen, and Ravensbrück, for example, were in the former east part of Germany. So they have completely different memorials there. And I remember some of our participants were quite struck by that, which were still in the socialist tradition. Narratives differing very much to how Germany views and expresses and commemorates the Holocaust today. So they were introduced that these memories can also change. And lastly, we also visited, for example, the memorial for German resistance, to also have this aspect, sort of to not only focus, so we focused on victims, we focused on perpetrators, and now we also have the resistance aspect in it. This is how we try to have a more holistic understanding of this history. This is Monika Goldwasser, one of the survivors they met. And here's a picture of Frau Katja Sturm-Schnabel. She is Austrian or Austrian sort of Slovene, yeah, Corinthian Slovene. Her family was persecuted. So she talked about this Corinthian Slovenian aspect, which even for the Austrian students was something new. The second person here you see is Rina Quint. They met with her. She's currently in Israel. This was conducted with Yad Vashem, and Rina Quint, after telling us her story, she also focused on sort of this active aspect of Jewish life for her. She bragged about how she has 4 kids, 25 grandkids, and I think 126 great-grandkids, being very proud of her accomplishments. So this is also something that the participants got out of this. Yeah, the third person you can see here is Thomas Lachs, who fled with his family through Switzerland and Portugal to the US. And if you study at University of Vienna, you will, for example, see there is the head of Siegfried. There is a memorial in the University of Vienna. He was the head was again decapitated. The memorial was put back in the back, put into a glass sort of coffin. And they wrote a text on the coffin of a Holocaust survivor, which is his mother, Mina Lachs. So if you study at University of Vienna... Oh, the artists are here! Wonderful! Okay. So this is a nice coincidence, yeah.
Belle Marx and Gilles Moussard.
Belle Marx and Gilles Moussard, yeah? Thank you very much for coming. So yes, we talked to Thomas Lachs, and we also talked to Ray Grupper, who is a Holocaust survivor in Canada. So these are some of the activities we have conducted, and Marina is going to briefly talk about another aspect. I know we still have a bit of time, which was also very important for us during the study trip. So Marina, I'm giving you the stage again.
Thank you so much. So the artists are here is actually quite a coincidence. I was not aware you will be talking about this in the context of the Holocaust survivor and his mother. We are working on a different project, but it's a very nice coincidence that it happened like this. Thanks, Alex, a lot for talking us through this project and not only mentioning the events, but also putting the context and explaining, and also already showing us some of the views of the participants, their reactions, and what we also learned from these events. 2 years went by very fast, so it is even hard to believe how many different elements of this program were actually organized and carried out. I guess this was probably like 50% of what we did, because we can't concentrate on every event that we organized. What I would like to do in these last minutes, just before the lunch, which is always very difficult to feel for a speaker, I will use these minutes to focus on one specific topic, on one of our goals and objectives, and namely to foster intercultural and interreligious dialogue between the young participants. We had a quite... okay, we can move on. Okay. We had a quite diverse representation of participants in this project, and this diversity was not only in their nationalities, but also in their religious backgrounds. And as far as nationality is concerned, as we already said, we worked primarily with 3 countries, the countries of the 3 organizations in consortium, so Poland, Germany, and Austria. However, behind the passports, of course, we had youth with different backgrounds and religions, and which was particularly enriching for this project. And given the scope of the project and its goals, of course, Judaism had a particular importance. We integrated learning about Judaism along the way, and also the Jewish life, into many study trips and visits. We have a great asset. Youth recruited by our partners, Bnei Akiva, Germany, shared a lot of information with our non-Jewish participants. We shared, as Alex mentioned, Shabbat services and dinners together. We shared prayers, synagogue visits together. And I must say that in the feedback polls of our young participants, these events are always, or were always mentioned as the most moving and engaging. There was most marking events for them.
It's already.
Okay, sorry, it's a little bit clumsy here. Surprisingly, there is still a lack of information among European youth about Judaism and Jewish traditions, and our project helped our participants to engage in direct exchange with their Jewish peers and to open the world of Judaism just a little bit also for themselves. In the photos, you see our participants before the Shabbat service in Krakow and also in the synagogue in Oswiecim. Particular importance was also put on explaining Jewish life before the Holocaust, especially during our Poland study trip, as Alex also mentioned. Here, on this two photos. On the left, you see us in a synagogue in Tikotzen, where one of our Jewish participants explains the meaning of text on the walls. Tikotzen itself, it's a very small place. Before it was called a shtetl, a Jewish small city, and Tikotzen had a really vibrant Jewish life before the war. And while wandering through the small streets where you can still feel this atmosphere of shtetl simply because of the buildings that are still there, we also, with our participants, tried to reconstruct in our minds, try to imagine what would this life look like in the stories of Sholem Aleichem, people going through the streets, speaking Yiddish, trading, joking, loving, going to synagogue, visiting each other and just living their lives. And these shared experiences of imagining life and reconstructing Jewish life were very crucial for our participants to understand the full scale of the tragedy that evolved afterwards. I want to share one particular moment with you, which was very moving to me personally, and I believe to the participants as well. On the right photo, you can see us in Treblinka. The memorial itself invites you to reflect very deeply on the Holocaust, and in my opinion, I think it's still one of the most emotionally charged and difficult memorial sites to visit. Here, under the tree, one of our Jewish participants, a cantor, offered everybody to sing Ani Ma'amim in Hebrew to commemorate the Holocaust victims. And I was so surprised how quickly he organized everybody, non-Hebrew speaking people, just to sing the back vocals together, and then he sang the lead part, which sounded impossibly emotional in this place. I think such experiences are something that really stays with people, not necessarily all the knowledge stays, but emotional inclusion into the tragedy and remembrance for sure. And this is also what we aimed at. We wanted the participants to take this journey of learning, of thinking and feeling together. So in this sense, the exchange between non-Jewish and Jewish participants was really of great importance for this project. As I mentioned in the beginning, the project was designed in a way that we offered everybody a platform, a space to discuss difficult topics, such as remembrance, education, denialism, and anti-Semitism, relativization and distortion, and so on. We tried our best to create enough reflection and discussion sessions, although it was not always possible because the program was very tight, the schedule was very tight, and the logistics behind was very complicated, of course. But we were also delighted to witness our young participants themselves They were very engaged in the topics, and they continued their talks in smaller groups late into the night. And one early morning, I met a couple of them in the hostel lobby, still discussing the topic from the day before with a bottle of wine, but we tolerate that. We were really happy to see them approaching very complex topics together, having debates as well as sharing also personal moments in smaller groups, discussing the impact of what they had learned. And we are proud that we managed at least to create this exchange platform, and we are looking forward to hearing also more directly from the participants later this afternoon. I will end here. I hope we managed to give you an overview of the project, and I think we have only 1 minute before lunch. Shall we skip the Q&A? Vanessa, you tell me, but thank you. Well, do we have time?
Sure.
5 minutes.
We'll
okay.
make time. Can everybody hear me? Yes. Yeah, if it's right with everyone, we can extend the session by 5 minutes for 1 or 2 questions from the audience. We have a lady up front, or... sorry.
Thank you. I have 2 questions, actually. The one you mentioned, Alex, you mentioned that you...
On the mic?
Sorry, we're not able to hear you. I think we just need to turn it on. No, we need to turn it on. Excellent.
Thank
Thanks.
you. You mentioned the impact, and I would like to know if you have a longer follow-up to see the long-term impact, whether there is one or not. And the second question is now it's closed and over and out, or will there be another successive project like that?
Do you want to collect 2 or 3 questions?
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
we're not collect. Okay, this we reserve this for the end of the talk, but we also see this sort of final conference not as a final conference, but obviously also as a way to continue thinking about how to continue to do Holocaust education, what can be done better. Obviously, this was a huge learning process for all of us as organizers, what aspects can be improved, what maybe blind spots are there in Holocaust education itself, what blind spots were there within our program. So we take this as an immense learning opportunity, and sort of also to continue doing Holocaust educational work.
Can I add a little bit
yes,
on
please.
that? Well, in fact, we alone, the Association Austrian Service Abroad, as you know, I guess the youth knows, we are obliged to organize and carry out the preparation program for everybody, for peace servants, for Holocaust memorial servants, and for social servants. And we've been doing similar programs actually for years. So we've been doing seminars in any case. So this project was very specific that we combined with our partners from Poland and Germany. But for our Holocaust memorial servants, whom you see now, probably cohort 2026, we will be organizing similar events. This year, there will be no connection to the European Union funding, that it will be again a seminar, it will be again a study trip, again online sessions, so pretty much the similar situation. And to your question of the impact, since we work with, at least with Austrian Service Abroad, we work with people for over 2 years. So first we prepare them, then we send them, they serve 10 to 12 months usually, then they return, we do return sessions, again the follow-ups and so on. So we have people for over 2 years in preparation, and this is really what sets our program apart, that you delve into the topic so deeply in 2 years, you become like a mini expert. And this is what we are looking at, so that when they even if they don't study history, because most of them actually do completely different things in life after they complete the service. They go study engineering, many of them, right, economics, but they still, that stays with them forever, because it's not just a short summer school, it's not just a short mass education course, it's 2 years of their education and staying with us and then serving at a partner institution, which really has an impact on them. And we very much hope that this, our concentration on quality, make them really people who, whenever in the world they will be asked the question like, is Holocaust real? They will be the people who will combat this denialism and distortion. So this is our goal.
Excellent. Thanks very much for that question and the answers. Perhaps we can have one more question from the audience.
Thanks so much. We right now talked about the intercultural and interfaith connection in this whole seminar, and how important that this exchange of opinions and also Jewish voices were. So how come when this thing came to a test and all Jewish partner organizations expressed their deep concern about one of the speakers who is connected to anti-Israel and anti-Semitic agitators, how come these Jewish voices, which were all together speaking the same, didn't matter and were completely ignored, and this person is still here, and it was worth more to drop all the Jewish organizations than to drop this, in my opinion, anti-Semitic organization from the curriculum?
I think the question was already posed in the first panel, and if it is your aim to pose the same question to each panel, I'm not... It was a comment. Okay, then thank you for that.
There was another question.
I think we'll keep the questions that are related to the specific panel, which was the organization and the structure of the program path. Thanks to both of you for your time and your answers. So what's become visible here is that PATH is not simply just a program centered around transmitting knowledge, but it's about building trust, responsibility, and learning across borders. Thanks to all of you for paying attention and being focused for so long. It's now time for a very well-deserved break for lunch. There are vegetarian and vegan options available and some refreshments. And in order to stay on schedule, I kindly ask you to return at 1 o'clock after lunch. I'll see you then. Welcome back. I hope you're all feeling refreshed and focused for the next half of today's conference. In the morning, we looked closely at PATH as a specific project. Now we're going to take a step back and widen the perspective. Holocaust education today exists in a complex landscape shaped by political tensions, digital transformation, and profound generational change. Sorry. Our podium discussion now will discuss some of the current challenges like the passing of survivor generations, increasing anti-Semitism, political polarization, and the question how remembrance can remain meaningful for young people today. With us on the stage, we have Dr. Ruth Katz from Standing Together Vienna, and our colleague Alexander from Austrian Service Abroad. If this is okay for you, Alex, we're going to mix things up a little bit. I'm going to leave all the introductions to you and hand over the moderation. Is that okay?
Yes, very much.
Fantastic. Thanks very much. Let's give them both a round of applause.
Okay, thank you everybody for joining our podium discussion, or maybe I should call it dialogue, we have prepared for today. One of our volunteers, Brigitte, at the end of the last session asked us, what about the future of Holocaust education? What about the future of this project? As an association, we have obviously also thought about the future development of Holocaust education in general, and also about the challenges we faced as educators, as organizers, about doing all the preparational activities, conducting them. There were logistical challenges, but also some intellectual challenges. And I wanted to take the opportunity today to have an open dialogue with everybody of you, first in a 45-minute exchange with Dr. Ruth Katz. I will call her Ruti. I will introduce her in a minute, and later we will open the podium for everybody to ask questions, to contradict each other if you want, to put, yes, we'll give you space to voice your own opinion. So we can take this opportunity today to think together of how to move forward. As Holocaust educators, we're faced with many challenges today. First, on the political side, there is an increasing support for far-right parties, a tendency which can not only be observed all over Europe, but maybe even beyond, as well as an increase of anti-Semitic attacks. So to mention only the most recent one I am aware of, 4 days ago, one day before the International Holocaust Remembrance Day, an anti-Semitic graffiti with swastikas and the words "Jews out, Juden raus" was found in the 9th district of Vienna. This is a reality. Holocaust education traditionally has defined itself as an instrument to combat far-right tendencies and anti-Semitism. How can we use it as an effective tool to counter these developments, recent developments in our society and in politics? We are confronted with the second challenge, which is on the demographic side. So here we are working with a young generation of people who have less and less direct connection to the history of National Socialism more than 80 years after the end of World War II. How do we make this history relevant for you? We're also faced with another democratic challenge, which is the question of migration. Germany as well as Austria are migration societies. There are more and more members, including myself, whom family history does not have a direct relation to the history of the National Socialism. Does the conventional approach to teaching the history of the Holocaust still apply, or do we need new approaches? The third and probably most difficult challenge we are facing is on the geopolitical side. So we're not only faced with a changing world order, but we're also faced with the fact that the state, the very state which was established to protect Jewish life, is now accused of committing crimes itself. How do we deal with this as educators? How do we deal with this in classrooms? These are the three challenges I would like to address together with you today. And it is my pleasure to introduce you to Dr. Ruth Katz. She has a PhD. She is actually a musicologist by education. She got her PhD in musicology in Stanford. She has worked extensively in the field of Holocaust education by facilitating exchange programs between Austrian, German, and Israeli students. And she is also currently, I think you have been living in Vienna for the past 2-3 years? 3 years, yes. And she is also a peace activist in the association Standing Together Vienna. So I'm very happy to have you today to discuss these very important and pressing questions with us.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to say one thing before I begin. I'm a member of One State Embassy Art Collective, which does not imply a one-state solution for the situation in the Middle East. And Standing Together Vienna has nothing to do with Standing Together Israel. I mean, we share some ideals, but we are not connected to them. I know it's confusing, but this is the reality. What was the question?
I haven't asked one yet.
Okay.
So let's start. I would like to start asking you about the student exchanges you have conducted in the past. So when did you conduct them, and what particular sort of learnings did you get out of them? Okay. Could you tell us more about that?
Sure. First of all, I want to say that I started getting involved with Holocaust learning much before, as a young woman. When I started realizing what it was, then I started reading more and more about it. And when I was a teacher, I heard that there was a conference in the Memorial House for the Theresienstadt ghetto, and I heard witnesses, survivors, that explained how important music was in their life. My mother had a friend, Holocaust survivor, that said she could forgive the Germans for everything. For killing us, for driving us from our houses. I will never forgive them for the humiliation. And what I heard in the Theresienstadt house is that doing music, and the young people were learning philosophy, doing theater, gave them a sense that they are human beings and not the Untermensch that the Nazis wanted them to be. And some of them were crying when they were talking about it, and they felt that they must do something. The woman who made this interview was the chief. She was in charge of the entire musical education in Israel. So I told her we must do something. No, I told her it was very, very moving. And she said, "Yeah, but what can we do with it?" And I said, "I'll do something." So I went back to my school, and there they performed pieces from the cabaret of Karl Schwenk. He was a cabaretist in Theresienstadt, Czech cabaretist. There was also a German cabaret in the ghetto. There was a swing band in the ghetto. All the music that was banned by the Nazis outside the ghetto was played in the ghetto. So they performed these pieces. The old people, the survivors, performed with the very old voices the songs. And they said, okay, these are songs that my pupils can play, can sing, and we are going to make something, maybe a concert. And it evolved into music theater. And my purpose was not to, of course, to deal with the Holocaust, but the importance of the human soul. The human soul's needs, the arts, the humanistic, the thought, not only they were starving, they didn't have food, but they went to the concerts. Anyway, so then I had a German partner who I met in Theresienstadt, and he said, let's do something together. And it evolved into a bilingual theater project. We went to Germany to see if it works. It worked fantastically. We have the two groups met, and we had this show. Now, I must say, all people in the Israeli hall were crying. In German, a little bit less. But it was very moving. It was very well done. It was documented by a film director, Jad Neiman. By then, he was the head of the movie department in the Tel Aviv University. That when he heard about the project, he started shouting at me, "You are injecting Holocaust to our kids since they are in kindergarten," which is correct. And I told him, Jad, it's not injecting Holocaust, it's injecting the human spirit. When we had the first show in Israel, he was so excited that he decided to make a documentary movie. And he did. Now we went to Germany together. We had a show in Schwerin. I don't know if you are aware, Schwerin was the first capital city in Germany that a representative of the, I don't know which one, but he told me the neo-Nazi party was elected to the parliament, Mecklenburg-Vorpommern. So we were performing in front of 12 and 13 graders. The next day, we asked them, how did you feel? How is your Holocaust education? And they told us, we learned a lot about it. But this specific event, when we could follow the fortune of one family, one person, this really moved us. Okay, and this was a beginning of exchange. So of course, we couldn't reach those heights, but we always chose a topic, me and my partner, we concentrate on it, and then we performed it either in Israel or in Germany. And then when this stopped, because Israel didn't finance it, I approached another person here in Vienna, Professor Gerold Gruber, who is having this archive of the Entartete Musik. And he have me meet a few schools, and we continue doing it, That's it.
Okay.
Do you have any questions about it?
Could you talk more about sort of the specific exchange between the Israeli and the German and the Austrian participants?
The exchange between the students, yeah.
Yes,
I mean, what connected us was, of course, the Holocaust. I must say, sometimes we would have rehearsals, and the children would start crying, But as human beings, it was the first one. There was tension, I must say. Mm-hmm. There was tension between the Israeli pupils and the German pupils, but it melted pretty quickly. Because
when was this project?
It was 2006, 2009, and then we moved to Vienna. Mm-hmm. Now, in Vienna, it was a little bit more difficult. I think they were a little bit, I don't know why, actually. They might be a little bit less prepared for this. But they were always happy to meet those Israelis, always happy to meet the Germans and the Austrians. It gave them such a rich experience. In the beginning, I remember 2006, they said, we're not afraid from the Germans. They were waiting, the Germans, the Nazis are coming. Like, no, but the situation is really awkward. The situation is really awkward, but it really dissolved very quickly.
Okay, thank you for sharing us your experiences within those projects. So I would now like to move on to something, some maybe topics I have been struggling myself as an educator. So first of all, if you look at the political science of democratic decline, you will often find a similar explanation. Sort of indicators for democratic erosions are often the same. Economic and political crises lead to higher unemployment, a downward social mobility, polarization, and more uncertainty and fear about the future in general. And this uncertainty, this feeling of uncertainty, is then the reason why people wish for, a strong leader who can single-handedly solve our problems for us. So it's economic reasons and uncertainty, and the role of memorial culture as a democratizing element. Sometimes it shows up in those studies, sometimes it doesn't. So I would like just to very honestly ask you, what does memorial culture and Holocaust education in particular, what role does it have in consolidating democracies?
Oh, this is a tough question. First of all, I want to ask, I wrote it down a little bit. Is it a strong leader that people are looking for, or simple answers? Or simple answers, a strong leader. I mean, and when we say a strong leader, anyone that give us answer to solve their problems fast, save us from this situation. He is mostly irresponsible leader because none of the problems can be solved fast. All problems of injustice, inequality, and stuff are severe problems that should be resolved, but it's not. In 24 hours, we lower the prices. In 24 hours, we'll stop the war in Ukraine. It doesn't work like this, okay? So I think they are looking for the one that promises simple solutions and immediate solutions. It happens usually to be a cynical person that can give those promises, This is one thing. By the way, if I'm not mistaken, the Hitler wasn't chosen the majority. He came to power using force. I mean, it's not that the 50% of the Germans voted for him. Am I wrong?
Yes.
That's what we learned in history.
Yes, so the National Socialists actually gained majority in 1933, yeah. So it was a democratic sort of erosion step by step.
Like in Israel. Yes. Okay, anyways, I'm sorry for being wrong. I thought I had my history right, but I'll check it again and see what I really meant. Anyways, now you're asking about the Holocaust, the education. I don't know if it solidifies anything, because if you think about Germany today, where the right wing is on the rise, and Israel, when the right wing is celebrating, we both have a very consolidated Holocaust memorial education. I was very impressed about the memorial education in Germany all over the place. And still, it's on the rise, in Israel too. But nevertheless, I could not imagine a world without this Holocaust memorial education. I think it's of utmost importance. We need a huge sign warning us from falling into an abyss, a physical and moral abyss, if you're not there yet, okay? And I think the Holocaust is a huge sign for that. And we have to learn it, we have to see how people got to it and how we should prevent it. Also, we need to stick to commemoration and education because our purpose is also to save humanity. My purpose is to save humanity. I'm being modest here. Human rights and humanity, and this helps me. And also, we need access to memory. Sometimes nations suffer from memory lapses, like a temporary amnesia, but we need the memory there so they can recover. And believe me, I know what I'm talking about. It's not history, it's my own experience in the United States and in Israel.
So I think speaking for commemoration, what is also really important are sort of these questions of institutions, right? And institutions only work if the people who sit in these institutions actually believe in what they're doing. So it doesn't matter if you have, for example, an independent news, an independent public media, if the journalists who work in this public media industry don't believe actually in being independent and asking critical questions to everybody. So I think this is where the educational part sort of comes in. You need to educate the people who work in all the institutions which make democracy possible, actually believe in this system.
Believe in the system, believe in the truth. And fighting for the truth is the most important, you know. The system can go wrong sometimes. I wouldn't believe in the system automatically, but I would stick to the facts and to our morals, you know.
You just went you talked about the situation in Israel and the far right. So I wanted to delve into this topic a little bit, because this is also yet again another contradiction which Holocaust educators are facing. So I know it's very difficult. So just a few days ago, for example, the president of the Jewish community in Vienna was in the newspapers because he criticized the prime minister of Israel for meeting with one of the representatives of Austria's far-right party, FPÖ. And according to their standard, for example, this really marks a paradigm shift into how the Israeli government is interacting with these parties. So this confronts educators with somewhat of a contradiction, because on the one side, we obviously want Holocaust education to fight the far-right tendencies in society and to fight against anti-Semitism. On the one side, you now have an Israeli government which is building ties to these parties. So how do you deal with this contradiction?
First of all, I don't deal with the Israeli government. And thank you for saying Israeli government and not Israel, because really it's a policy. Honestly, I've never felt so unsafe as a Jew in the diaspora as today, you know. Now, fighting anti-Semitism. Okay, I first I'll address why the Prime Minister invited these people, because it's not only the Austrian representative of the FPÖ, but you know, years ago, Strache was visiting Israel. He was invited by the settlers. Strache, you all know who he is? Okay. And he even went to Yad Vashem. Okay, Yad Vashem is also criticizing now, but he went to Yad Vashem with his cap of the brotherhood of this Buttelschaft. Yeah, he was accepted by the Israeli president. You know, it's not only the settlers. By the way, this president was afterwards accused and found guilty in rape. So it's not new. But then these parties were banned by the Israeli mainstream and the government because they didn't need them. Today, these settlements are the government. And they need those parties, they have a relationship with these parties because they support Israel against any resolution against the occupation or the ethnic cleansing going on in the West Bank. This is a pure, cynical, political calculation, and I don't suspect my government that they worry about the people. They would have relationship with anyone can help them stay in power and push their agenda, like from the river to the sea, is Israel. So this explains it. Now, what it does to the Holocaust, I think that Holocaust should be completely a unit by itself. It shouldn't be, Holocaust education should not be connected to Israel because the Holocaust happened here. The results are seen in Israel. I'll talk about it later, but it's a very unique event in human history. There have been many genocides, but not all genocides are Holocaust. And the more you delve into it, you find the perversity of the events. Like, and I'll put it blindly, people used to compare with Hitler killing 6 million Jews and Stalin killed, I don't know how many, many more. But Hitler killed Jews only because they existed. I mean, now I hear here Austrians saying that the immigrants should assimilate, you know, either remigration or assimilate. So if we want a lesson from the Holocaust, the Jews did every possible thing to assimilate. They were perfect Germans, just Austrians. Freud, Einstein, Otto Klemperer, I mean, so many, Stefan Zweig, you know, and they were exterminated only because they were Jewish. So this is a lesson to learn, because to kill a person because what he is, I mean, the crime is a mild word for it. I once had a conversation with a Palestinian woman, and she told me, you do not choose where to be born, you do not choose to which religion you are born. The only thing you can choose is what kind of a human being you are. And I don't know what those people who did it chose. Did I answer your questions, or just?
So the reason why I asked you this question is because in the current political climate, there's very often a debate about the distinction between where does a valid critique of the government of Israel end, and where does anti-Semitism start? And as an educator in Austria, you are sort of not in an easy position, because this line is drawn by different people differently. So this is the reason why I wanted to ask you, sort of, what would you give educators, but also what would you give students? What kind of tools would you give them in the hand so they can make this distinction clearly?
In the beginning of the last war, people said that anti-Semitism is in the rise. I think we should make a differentiation between the good old anti-Semitism of plain Jewish hatred, like Rabbi Shlomo Hofmeister. I believe some of you know him. He's a very prominent rabbi in Vienna. A few years ago, he was chased by football fans because he was Jewish. My son was sitting once in a pub. He went out, and a guy came after him. He said, "Oh, how are you?" Austrian, red cheeks from the beer belly. And he said it in German, "How I hate Jews." Okay, this is one kind. Now, I heard the term imported anti-Semitism, okay? Anti-Semitism was here. Let's begin with it. The Holocaust, by the way, didn't happen when the Holocaust began. I mean, it has this ground to do what they did to the Jews, you know. The Jews were persecuted for hundreds of years in Spain, in Portugal, in East Europe, in Central Europe. So it was like a very fertile soil. Anyways, so there was anti-Semitism here, and first I made a differentiation between this anti-Semitism and anti-Israelism. You know, all those slogans and, against Israelis and stuff. Now, it's not that I like it, and right now I know I cannot differentiate it anymore. But I think criticizing is a very important tool in education and in understanding situations. If we don't criticize and we don't think critically, we cannot go forward and we cannot learn. Any criticism of the Israeli government's doings, to my opinion, is legitimate as long as it sticks to the fact, it's accurate, and it doesn't call for violence. And when I say violence, it's physical violence, verbal violence, or any kind of violence you can think about. Otherwise, it may be just a way to restrain freedom of speech and thought.
So the argument usually goes that as Israel is the state that is representing Jews, any critique of this representation also means a critique of all the people the state says it represents.
Okay, Israel says that it's representing Jews all over the world. I mean, it may represent many Jews. I don't know if too many, but not all of us. So it doesn't represent me. It doesn't represent my friends there. It doesn't represent all the Jewish voice of peace. It doesn't represent the religious left in Israel, and we have a religious left. That they disapprove everything that the settlers are doing. They said their God is not our God. It doesn't represent all those Israelis that go out demonstrates every Saturday. So I know that it was Israel's, my government's, not Israel, intention to connect us all, you know, and it plays very well into their hands and into their anti-Semites' hands. That's why whenever I speak about Israel, I don't say Israel, I say the Israeli government. Because the Israeli government also forms the mentality of the people. And I'll give you an example. When the first Iraq war happened in the United States, on purpose I'm going to the United States, I have Israeli examples too. In 24 hours, the entire American nation believed that Saddam Hussein has a weapon for mass destruction. So the entire Congress or Senate, I think, except of Bernie Sanders, approved attacking Iraq. The result was about 100 million people dying, no weapons of massive destruction. So the mind of the people could very easily be manipulated. So I don't blame the people. I'm blaming the people who manipulated their minds and their behaviors. And the same thing goes also in my homeland, you know, but we'll talk about it later.
But sort of you have already tried to differentiate. So there is a state, there is a government, there are the people,
yeah,
and they are all different levels as sort of objects and subjects of critique.
Yeah. By the way, I'm not very happy with my people now. But I want to quote again, this time a Palestinian scholar, Amir Fakhoury. I mean, he's working very hard on the ability of Israelis and Palestinians to live together. And he says, you know, you cannot judge people in critical situations. You know, when the situation changes, also people change. And this is what we have to struggle to change the situations.
Another thing I wanted to talk about today is something that our volunteers, after they come back serving their memorial service, have asked us to talk about. So, for example, they were sent to organizations doing the memorial service after October 7th and after the war in Gaza started, and we as an association, neither within our preparation program nor within PATH, really prepared them for having the discussions around Israel, Palestine, and the war in Gaza. So they felt really unprepared and a little bit helpless with all the discussions that then came up in terms of Israel having a right to defend itself, in terms of the humanitarian situation in Gaza, and so on. And they came to us and said, we would like to have the opportunity to talk about these issues so we can be prepared when these discussions arise. One of our volunteers I believe it was in the US, said he had a fight with his roommates because they told him, you're making yourself complicit in a genocide in Gaza by doing Holocaust memorial service. So these are discussions they have, no matter if we discuss this in our format or not. And on July 15th, 2025, for example, so renowned Holocaust historian Omer Bartov has written in an article in the New York Times that the silence over the ongoing conflict in Gaza is undermining everything that Holocaust scholarship and commemoration have stood for in the past several decades. So again, I would like to invite you to advise us a little bit on this topic. So why this silence and how to deal with this as an Austrian volunteer?
If I deviate, just put me back to trial, okay?
Yes.
Okay, Omer Bartov, dear person, when I was teaching, I always told I was teaching music, not math, so I always told my students, never say everything or always, you know, because there are always exceptions. Not sure that everything that was taught, I mean, and there's also a question about the silence. I was lucky enough in the United States to hear a lecture of Jan Karski. He was the Polish representative, the representative of the Polish exiled government during the Holocaust. He managed to enter twice into Warsaw ghetto and to a concentration camp, and then he was sent to the Allies to report about it, you know, and no one wanted to listen. Like the British said that if we are going to help the Jews attack the railways to Auschwitz, they will say that Goering would say, I was right, this is all conspiracy of the Jews, this war. And then he arrived to an American Supreme Court judge who was Jewish, and he thought, okay, finally someone will listen to me. And the judge said to him, well, I cannot believe you. And then he asked him, don't you believe the representative of the Polish government? He said, I believe. I didn't say that I don't believe. I said that I cannot believe. And then he said, institutions abandoned the Jewish people, not people. Now this I also would put in like brackets because, you know, how many people were saved. I mean, I have nothing to complain. My entire Slovakian family was saved by Slovakian farmers. And by the way, if you want to teach something different about the Holocaust, teach about those people, the people who saved Jews. I lost my...
So I think at the beginning you were talking about this idea of
just a
denialism.
Second, about the silence, I don't see the world, it's silent. I mean, Vienna is very mild, but the demonstrations that were going on in Germany, Spain, Chile, United States, this is not silence. They just don't reach the Regierung, the governments, or they reach in the wrong way.
So Omer Bartov talked not about silence in general, but he referred to silence of Holocaust education institutions when it comes to Gaza. That is sort of the issue. So we are confronted with, and I guess our volunteers are also confronted with this. So on the one side, we have this memorial culture that says never again, and let's learn the lesson from the past. And on the other side, you have now the situation in Gaza as it is.
Yeah.
And at least the governments do not seem to act on it. So this is the contradiction.
Okay, this is part of the Holocaust instrumentalization in Israel. You know, I called a friend of mine, a history teacher, and asked him, do you feel that the Holocaust is instrumentalized in the Israeli education? It influences the pupils, and they say, the pupils don't get anything from the education, which is not so true. But preparing this event, I went into a document that the Board of Education sent to the Knesset, the Board of Education in the Knesset 3 years ago, and the aims of the Holocaust education in Israel is strengthening students' Jewish identity, which personally I find it a little bit awkward. Why to strengthen the Jewish identity through such an event? We have other things to identify with. Zionist education emphasizes the importance of the state independence, okay? And it doesn't have to be Zionist. I mean, they need a strong state. Teaching values with emphasis on human dignity, liberty, and life, which was very surprised. Acquiring historical knowledge of the period and being able to keep your beliefs in such a horrible time, and educating for responsible democratic citizenship. Now, these are all very noble goals that none of them is manifested today. You know, the only two that are really embedded in the Israeli students' soul is we need a strong country, and a strong Jewish identity. That's why they're going to Poland. They used to go to Poland to see the gas chambers wrapped with Israeli flags. And believe me, it works. It works. Now, the problem is here that the Jews, the government didn't want to give the Holocaust education as a general, universal lesson. I mean, they deducted only for the Jewish people, and they used it only for what they needed, which is okay, but is only part of the cake. You know, when they discussed whether to go to Germany instead of Poland, because they quit the trips to Poland, some said that Germany is dangerous because there you get a universal education. And we want to be very specific to the Jews. And this is really confusing. Now, another thing is this government really doesn't represent anything. I mean, it doesn't represent anything that the Holocaust Memorial stands for. Actually, they are betraying everything.
Why?
Because what we are doing. I mean, one of the things they said, human lives, like dignity, liberty, and life. There's no liberty, no dignity, and no life. And it's also towards our own people, you know. Like 15 years ago, no one would ever think of leaving live hostages with the Hamas. It was unheardable. Then it was part of the tactics. Hannibal, you know. So to be so aggressive and critic, but I'm hurting. I'm really hurting. You know, I came to Vienna because of the corona, not because I fled. And I would never give up my Israeli citizenship. But I feel that I lost something very deep.
I think let's open the discussion. Yeah. Okay. Ruti, thank you very much. So we just touched upon some of the topics I mentioned in the introduction, the political landscape we are confronted with, and the geopolitical challenges we are confronted with. So now I see one hand over there already, to open the floor to the audience and ask questions regarding this dialogue we just had.
Another one.
Mm-hmm. There are two hands over here.
I need a beer.
Hi, thank you for speaking. I would like to say, first of all, that I think there's a lot of generalization that you're doing there, with especially the Israeli students, because I have a lot of friends in Israel, and the things that you told me, that you told now, don't reflect in what I hear from them. Second of all, I am an Austrian Jew here living, and I would consider myself probably center, and I think Israel does represent me, and it's very important to me. And the third thing now is, I have to think what do you believe that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza? And if it is, does that mean that Israel deliberately wants to extinguish the people of Palestine?
First, I would like to know what your friends in Israel, what's the contradiction, because I want to answer it. You talk about the friends in Israel.
You said that they think that they are a very strong state, and you also said that the Shoah isn't it should be only very focused on Israeli history, and that's not what I hear from my friends in Israel. It's the way they talk about the Shoah, like also we do. I don't know how it works everywhere else, but for example, in the school that I go here, I learn about the Austrian history, the general history about Austria, and then I also have a special section about the Shoah, about the Second World War, because it was a very important part of the Jewish history. I go to a Jewish school, and I hear the same things from Israelis.
Good. First of all, I'm glad to hear that. I was quoting, I know what was happening in my school, a liberal school. I was quoting a document of the Board of Education that this was their goal. You know, it wasn't my opinion. A formal document of the Knesset it was, okay? To strengthen the Jewish identity, to build a strong state, And all the other ones are there, but they are not that prominent. And they know why, because the situation outside the school, outside the classroom, is much stronger than the education we give. So to some people, and for many, I mean, for many it works, but more it doesn't. It also depends on the teachers. I must tell you that 75% of the teachers in Israel do not believe in the goal of these universal goals in the general education, in the religious education, because we have 5 different systems, you know. In the religious, 50% do not believe it's important. And this is a formal document of the Israeli Knesset from 3 years ago. About what? In the religious education, in the public religious education. We have secular public education.
So that's 1 out of 5, right?
One.
So that's one part of the education, of 5 different educations in Israel.
I'm betting.
You mentioned, so that's one of them, right?
Yeah, and then we have the ultra-Orthodox education, we have the Arabic education, and the Druze. Okay. And also we have some schools of the mission, but they are like extraterritorial. And yeah. And everyone has, the Orthodox, the ultra-Orthodox have completely different curriculum, completely different. And they don't serve the army. So, anyways, now the second question was?
No, the first 2 were just statements that I said. No, it's fine. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
The question was about whether you consider Israel's doings in Gaza a genocide.
And okay, listen.
That's what it means. Genocide, sorry. A genocide means, right? Like, that's what I thought it means. Genocide means to want to extinguish a people because of their identity of this is who am I. So, for example, when Hitler tried to kill the Jews, he killed them because they were Jewish.
No. Sorry to interrupt you. This is Hitler. I mean, we had genocides. We had genocide in Bosnia and Rwanda. There was a fight on different levels. I mean, the Jews did nothing to Hitler. We didn't settle there. We didn't fight him. I mean, not him, Germany. I mean, Hitler, of course, if we could do anything. Genocide is not Holocaust, okay? Holocaust is a genocide, but it's a special kind of a genocide. Okay, and if I consider it a genocide, listen, we in Standing Together had long debates on it. We said that we are not going to call it a genocide until there is some international until the JCC decided that if Israel, the government, doesn't do this, providing humanitarian, then they're approaching a genocide. Now, they didn't provide humanitarian, we didn't provide humanitarian care, we continued bombing. So then we started using carefully the word genocide, genocidal war. Once B'Tselem and doctors from, physicians from human rights came out with the report, August 80.
From the UN? The
No, the Israeli organizations.
Oh, okay.
I mean, Amnesty too, but then the 2 Israeli organizations, doctors from human rights, and if anyone wants to tell me that they're anti-Zionist, the guy who founded them, it was their head of this, he was the private doctor of Shimon Peres, the president of Israel, and his son-in-law. So when they came out with this report, and believe me, it's very hurting, then more and more people in Israel and here, we use more the word genocide. Now, it doesn't matter how you call it. The matter is what has been and being done.
Thanks very much. Thanks for those questions and statements. Let's move along to someone else. Gentleman at the back.
First of all, I want to thank you for your time. I don't want to really connect my question to this question. I want to ask you, you mentioned, or I would like to ask why you think there's such a rise of the right-winged political opinions in the Western world, including Israel, and when there was this shift of the popularity rising, what was such a key moment of it happening? If you have an answer to it.
Listen, I'm not a social scientist, but societies today are unhealthy societies. You know, the gap between riches and poor. They're taking away basic, especially in the United States, but taking away privileges, you know, like medical security. And then, of course, the fight. I told you that I found the right-wing leaders cynical. And then when they had this immigration from the East, you know, the Syrians and stuff, they find someone that they can hit the hatred to him, to her, you know, and then rise up on this hatred. Hatred and division is very good food for totalitarianism. This is my assumption. I didn't look too much into it because it really gets me frightened.
Great, thanks very much. I think we have okay, questions at the back, and otherwise the lady at the front.
No, before the lady was the guy behind.
Ah, sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm keeping order. Okay, nice. Ladies first. Okay.
Don't you think whatever is written about Israel, especially in papers, in last 2 or 3 years, it does not describe Israel, it describes Netanyahu, because he, I suppose you know that. Everybody knows that in Israel. He wants to stay in his position, and he needs this 40 or 50% religious people to who we know they from the river to the sea is their way of the sea. They see the future in this way, and he needs them to stay where he is. It's not at all. 80% of Israelis don't think this way.
Today, maybe yes, but it's changeable. Listen, talking about, I just wanted, you had this about instrumentalization. I want to say how it works, you know, because Netanyahu is like a magician of implementing fear and hate and division. 2011 were the biggest demonstration in Israel, and suddenly they started to have an operation in Gaza, and we all said, no matter what, we'll continue to demonstrate. And it stopped. Listen. Good.
All my friends, they go twice a week.
I know.
Demonstrating against Netanyahu.
And no one.
There are these religious people, and he gets this majority.
Oh, good. Thank you for saying it, because I know people don't know the dozens of thousands of Israelis are demonstrating against him. And he's the first one to abuse and instrumentalize the Holocaust. And this is something, if you want to teach something, this is how not to instrumentalize it. You know, before they murdered Rabin, they had pictures of Rabin in an SS uniform. Let's begin there. Anyways, and he's constantly frightening. And you ask about intention. He was saying Amalek. You know, I didn't know what Amalek did to the Jews. I know what we did to Amalek. The Lord's order was to kill every child, woman, elderly, man, chicken, all the cattle. And then the king also had only the Amaleki king. He stayed alive. And the one rabbi's wife told me that, okay, I won't tell you. Anyways, you're right. I mean, that's what they say, that it's not the people, it's the government. Yeah.
Right, let's try and get some other questions in. I think the lady up at the front.
Hello. Thank you for the lecture and for the interview. I wanted to address the first question and your answer a little bit, because, well, you said you didn't really answer the question, and I'm really confused, because you said that it doesn't matter how it's called, what matters is the reality. And if I learned something from this project, what I'm really thankful for, is how we use the language, and that it all starts from the language. And we have to be really precise and careful about the words that we use. And that's my question. Like, if you think it's precise and it has its connotations, the genocide word, and it has its own definition. And the first question, I think, was about the definition, that it has very precise definition and connotations, you know? And it associates with things. And we have to think, in my opinion, in like a wider perspective, you know? When we use the words, we have to think about the reality and how to describe the reality, but also how it will affect future, you know, perspective.
Okay, I'll give you a lesson. If it's a first of all, it's a genocide. I mean, there was an intention. There was an intention to. I mean, once he said, "Let's do what Amalek," and the other one said that let's drop a atom bomb on Gaza. And now it's not a genocide. That's what I wanted to tell you. It's not a genocide because they were alive, but they were Palestinians living on a land that we don't want them to be, and they attacked us. I mean, now also, as I said, the Holocaust didn't begin when the Holocaust began. It began before with anti-Semitism. 7th of October didn't begin on 7th of October, you know. We have a long conflict in this land, you may say from 67, you know. I participated in one of the very first demonstrations against settling the West Bank, 1976. And when people ask me about my peace activity, I'm a total failure. Just see what's going on now, okay? Some may say 48, and some may say in the beginning of 20th century. But right now, 7th of October was a result of, by the way, I am not agreeing with it. I'm totally condemning it. And standing together the very first week or second week of this war, we condemned the Hamas attack on the Israelis. 4 of my close friends died there. Very innocent people. I'm condemning it, but I'm saying it didn't start the conflict. Now, I didn't, when it started, I said, oh my God, what the Gazans are going to suffer now. I didn't imagine. And now one of the things to differentiate what is going there from, we see you, genocide is the intention. Because what we are doing at destroying the entire land, I mean, 70%, all the hospitals, they are chasing, what do you call it, medical staff, schools, university, Muslim, everything is destroyed. So what? People, 70,000 people, the Israeli army agreed. You know that in Srebrenica, 8,000 people died. It's not that I'm competing, but so it could not be a genocide unless there was an intention of the government. And our discussion was in the beginning, was it intentional or just a collateral damage? And with time, you see, it cannot be a collateral damage if 2 kids are going to pick up food. Young children, 9 and 10 years old, they are small. You cannot confuse them with terrorists are being shot. So, but any case, I mean, I know words are important. Believe me, I know I work with words. On the other hand, you have to know to whom you are talking. Because when we send someone an invitation to our conferences, and by the way, I want to invite you on the 27th and 28th to see how Jews, Israelis, and Palestinians, Israelis, sit together, talk about their common destiny, trying to build a future together. I think you'll get a very good lesson about how people can build themselves in democracy. Anyways,
so you have now been talking about an event
there is
standing together.
Event of one state embassy standing together. We call it narrative and recognition. We'll have guests from Palestine, Israel, also a very good exhibition. By the way, exhibition by a Palestinian who makes a dialogue between the Holocaust and the Nakba. It could be very interesting for you. Anyways, now I forgot. I got distracted, so excited.
Yeah.
And that's what they said. Amalek, saying we are going to do Amalek or do Dresden to Gaza. There is an intention. It was said on October.
Thanks for that discussion. I think we can take one more question.
But this guy is waiting so long.
Okay, yeah, please, go ahead.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. So we asked about the definition of the border of anti-Semitism and legitimate criticism of Israel. Your answer, if I was not wrong, is that as long as you stick to the facts and as long as you don't call for violence, it's not anti-Semitism.
Any kind of violence, yeah.
Yes.
No, I can give you more examples.
Just a second.
No, and it's not targeting a group of people. I forgot to say that.
So, in the same time, you represent an organization that, at least in Vienna, breaks all of these rules constantly. They call for not. They don't understand the Jewish character of the only Jewish state, Israel, which is already denying its right to exist. They're constantly victim blaming for every single war what was started upon Israel, and yes, it didn't start on October 7th, it did start on 1948 when 7 Arab armies invaded Israel and wanted to kill it. And put the Jews back to the sea, as it was said, and every single war after this. You're putting the blame on Israel, or your organization is putting the blame on Israel. Also, they're cooperating with groups like the Migrantifa, which do call for active violence against Jews in the name of the globalized Intifada. This combined with the facts that you seem to not know basic facts about the rise of Hitler, what Amalek did to the Jews, and that one sentence after Netanyahu mentioned that Amalek was, they're fighting against Amalek, he said that with Amalek we mean specifically Hamas, and we are wanting to destroy Hamas, and this is exactly what they are trying to do. I don't see any connection to facts here. I see a person who is feeling a lot, and I see a person who is thinking a lot. I don't see a person who's knowing a lot, and I don't see what we can learn from you, so I'm asking you what.
I know that you'll get me on this Hitler thing. I'm not surprised. Okay, wait. What was the organization I mentioned that we don't have any idea what it is? Okay, but what is that we are? We don't cooperate with migrants. We don't definitely cooperate with the BDS. We definitely do not deny the right of Israel to exist.
Isabel Frey is a BDS activist. He's your most public figure. Stop embarrassing yourself.
Okay. Anyways, no.
Everybody knows that. We know her. Everybody knows that.
She's not what?
She used. She's your most public figure.
Okay, so you have to be happy that she changed. I think people should change, If we don't change, we'll continue with this war forever. So I'm waiting for everyone to change, the Palestinians to accept the existence of Israel in the region and the Israelis to accept the Palestinians. If we don't change, we'll continue fighting forever. Another thing you said about, we do not deny the right of Israel to exist. We don't talk about it. Actually, all our friends, they are supportive of the Jewish self-definition in the area, and not only our friends in Standing Together, but many Palestinian scholars consider. including Rashid Khalidi, the historian, or Raif Zrek, who is, you should read these articles, telling people that Israelis have connections to Israel, the Jews have connection to Israel long ago, and the Israeli state exists, and we just have to make it right. This is what we say. We don't want to live in war forever.
Okay, I think we could get lost in details for the rest of today. Thank you very much for... I understand that, but unfortunately our time schedule doesn't allow for it. Perhaps... I would love to too, but unfortunately we need to stick to our time schedule. I would appreciate if we can move on to one more question. I'm very sure that after the conference we have a dinner where the conversations that we started here can continue there, where we can exchange opinions, and yeah. Let's move on to one more question, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm also very grateful. Do you mean? Okay. Thank you very much. I'm also very grateful for your opinion and your perspective. My question is sort of, how do you address, as a memorial site, the current situation in Gaza, if you also are like in the Middle East, and the context we have already discussed a lot, and how do you deal with also pressure by pro-Israeli government groups and Jewish supremacist groups?
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I did not hear you acoustically. I don't think they did on the stage
yeah.
If you can try once more, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your perspective. I was just going to ask, how should the Holocaust Memorial deal with the current situation, and especially what's going on in the Middle East, in the context of also a lot of pressure on the memorial sites by pro-Israeli groups and Jewish supremacist groups? Thank you.
Great, thanks very much.
I'm not aware of the pressure on the memorial, of the pressure from the Israeli groups. I'm not aware of what kind of pressure there is.
I think what the person is referring to is sort of this, let's say, traditional Holocaust memorial narrative that says, you know, let's keep on. I think it plays into the question I asked about. So,
could you maybe be more specific in detail in your
What
question?
kind of criticism or pressure you mean?
I think it's quite clear that it's really hard for like the memorial site to sort of get a position out, because there's a lot of pressure. So I think it's quite hard for like a memorial site and a museum to get a position on this topic, since there's a lot of pressure from both sides, no question.
Yeah.
But especially also from pro-Israeli government groups, since the government, of course, is also very powerful. Like, how do you deal with that too?
I'll try to understand, because, first of all, I mean, what Israel is doing now doesn't erase the Holocaust. The Holocaust was, and I'm a second generation to it. I mean, and even the fourth generation. I'll give you an example, like the slavery in the United States. It was 200 years ago, and still the blacks are still living it. You know, it was, even it's not anymore, it existed, and we have to relate it, no matter what Israel is doing. First thing. Now, in Israel, there was already a debate years ago how we should commemorate the Holocaust. I mean, the commemoration of the Holocaust is not one thing. Now, when I was young, we commemorated only the bravery of the Ghetto Warsaw rebellion. Then we just despised the survivors, you know. We said, you went to the gas chambers like sheep to the slaughterhouse. We didn't want to relate to them. Then came the Eichmann process, 1962. Then we started listening to them. Now we are listening to them. So now we are commemorating the victims and the heroism. And that we have to also commemorate, since I realized that part of my family was saved by Slovakian farmers, which it means they risk their own lives and all families' lives. This should also be learned, because this is the entire humanity, the human society. And then, if you want to continue, learn it also as a universal thing, you know, and nothing to do right now with Israel, the Holocaust. Now, there is discussion. Israel was founded because of the Holocaust and stuff, which someone told me Ben-Gurion would be very offended if we say it, because they started building this country, you know, many years before the Holocaust. The Holocaust was a game changer. So I think it should be learned. It must be learned. And we also should learn our lessons, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thank you for the great questions and the discussion. We're going to break now. We've spoken about structures, frameworks, and societal developments. And after our short coffee break, we're going to hear from the individuals who are at the heart of the project path. Panel 2 belongs to the participants and ambassadors themselves. Before that, let's all have a break, get a quick air fresher, and come back in 30 minutes, so at 2:45 for the next session. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We would like to begin. Please all come in. Can you all move in from the door, please, and take a seat? Okay, right, welcome back to panel 2. To be very honest, it's the part that I have most been looking forward to hosting, hearing directly from the participants themselves. Sorry, that's not working. Great. These young people did not just learn about history. They allowed history to question them, to challenge them, and to shape their sense of responsibility. They will share with us what moved them, what was maybe difficult, and what they choose to carry forward. We're very happy to have on the stage with us today Matilda Sobczak. Yeah, go ahead. Thanks. Agata Biava. Benedikt Geisberger. And Joël Kocher. Thanks for the enthusiastic rounds of applause for our participants. Alex will be taking over the moderation again for this exciting panel. Over to you guys.
Okay, thanks everybody for joining us on stage. So in the morning we introduced the project. Half an hour ago we had an open podium discussion, and now, as Vanessa correctly said, it is also the part of the participants to talk about their experiences on the PATH program. So to my left is Agata Biała, who is an MA student enrolled in the Jewish Studies Department at Jagiellonian University in Krakow. Next to her, Matilda Sobczak, who holds a BA in American Studies and is currently full-time working with a mysterious job she doesn't want to disclose. On the left to Matilda is Benedikt Geisberger, one of the volunteers. Oh, sorry. So Agata and Matilda participated in the PATH project as part of AJCF. Benedikt and Joël are part of Austrian service abroad. Benedikt did his Holocaust Memorial Service in Latvia, in Riga, and is currently enrolled in the University of Business and Economy in Vienna. And Joël Kocher did his memorial service in the Jewish Museum of Sao Paulo in Brazil, and is currently employed in the mechatronic business. So thank you for the four of you for joining us today. To start with a very general question. So Austrian Service Abroad and AJCF, their methods of enrolling students for the PATH project are a bit different. So I would like to ask Agata and Matilda first. So when you saw, how were you interested in joining the PATH project? What got you into joining? How did you get the information, and what was the reason why you decided to join this project in the first place? Yes?
So I would like to start with that sentence that this project was very important to me, exactly to me, because I ended up with completely different place than where I started. And I just had always been interested in history, and the Jewish history was, had felt like inaccessible for me somehow, because it's like I just heard from another interesting conversation yesterday that we have that great term describing very special situation with Jews, with history in Jews history in Poland. It's like looking at reality through negative. So it's like I always have some informations about the Jews. In every book, Polish classical book, we have something about Jews, but actually it's like looking through the gaps. So it creates very specific kind of curiosity. So I wanted to apply it just because of that.
So you talked about you were familiar with some of Jewish history in Poland, but you realized there are a lot of gaps, and you saw participation in the PATH project as an opportunity to fill those gaps.
Yes,
okay.
Yes. And actually, it was just the beginning for me, because after this project, I just felt that I have to apply for Jewish studies. That's why in Department of History, that's why I'm currently a student. So,
which is a very big decision. So,
yes,
this is the future of the project, as we have seen. Okay, Matilda, what about you? What sparked your interest into joining this EU-funded program?
Okay, can everybody hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, so I would agree with a lot of what Agata said, especially regarding the fact that Jewish history is always kind of present, especially in Polish schools. But regarding some of the things that especially Dr. Haska talked about during her presentation, you can kind of see that some of the narratives that are presented are not really in line with a lot of what the sort of new scholarship on the Holocaust tells us. But it wasn't really my main interest. Before I went to university, I studied American Studies in university, but during one summer, while I was already a college student, I ended up reading a book called Denying the Holocaust by Deborah Lipstadt, which is a great book. It's basically the first academic study of the topic of Holocaust denial that was ever conducted in the 90s. And that's how I became interested in not maybe specifically the topic of the Holocaust, although that's obviously related, but specifically the topic of Holocaust denial and how it affects society. So from there, I ended up sort of trying to engage with this topic by myself at first, or with friends, if that makes sense. So, for example, I conducted a social media campaign called History Interrupted with 3 volunteers from my university, essentially aimed at using social media to try to combat some sort of prominent negationist narratives that exist out there. I also started research for my senior thesis around this time, which was also focused on Holocaust denial in the US and Florida. And as all of that was happening, one of my friends, Julia, who studied Jewish studies at that point at my university, she sent me just basically like a flyer for PATH, because we actually didn't get any information about this for my major. Nobody really thought we would be interested. But since I could apply, I decided that this was probably the perfect opportunity to learn more about this topic that I was sort of starting to develop an interest in.
Oh, interesting. So you were interested in the topic already, but you discovered this basically by chance through your friend and colleague.
Exactly.
Okay. Did you read the book before the movie Denial came out?
Oh no, because I think the movie is from like 2013, I think. And I actually read the book in 2023, I believe.
Okay.
So yeah, this was about 3 years ago. Yeah, I was still a kid when the movie came out.
So yeah, this movie about the trial of Holocaust denialist David Irving. If you haven't seen it, go watch it. It is really, really one of the very big movies about this topic. Yeah. And obviously, you can also read the book. Okay, Benedict and Joel, you have started within this project in a little bit different way, because in our association we incorporated PATH as a part of the general preparation for our volunteers to do their Holocaust Memorial Service. So my question for the both of you would be, why did you start, or why did you want to do a Holocaust Memorial Service in the first place, especially since our association has, as Marina explained in the morning, also the option of doing social service or peace service. What made you interested in doing this?
So I think in Austria, I generally was really interested in history always, but in Austria it really depends on the teacher what you learn in history class. So for example, my teacher in high school didn't really focus on Holocaust or the Second World War in general. So I felt there was a big gap in my knowledge, and that's why I wanted to apply for it. And also the second really big reason was in my hometown, which is quite small in a rural area. I think 7-8 years ago, the home for the refugees was deliberately burnt down. And afterwards, in conversations, there was a lot of parallels drawn to sort of the Holocaust, sort of the uprising of Hitler. And it never really evolved to anything, but I sort of felt there is still something to learn here. And that's one of the main reasons why I chose to do, instead of military service, my memorial service or Holocaust service. So I think those are probably the main reasons.
Would you, just a follow-up question, would you consider this burning of a refugee home, would you consider this an important event in your sort of politicization as a person?
Yes, of course. I mean, it was, I think, in 2016, so I was 11 or 12, so still quite young. But I was sort of just sitting on the table while it was being discussed, and it was like really big topics for an 11-year-old.
Yeah.
But it was sort of quite traumatic, I would say, because it was like literally like a kilometer away from my home. And it was really important for that. And it sort of then got involved and got more interested in this sort of time period. So it was a very sort of key moment for me, I would say.
Wow.
Even though I was 11 or 12 back then. So yeah.
Very impressive. Okay, Joel.
For me, it's the same with the teacher, but in a different way, because my teacher, she had a specific, or she has a heart for Israel and for this time period, so she focused a lot on the Holocaust, on the Shoah, on the Second World War, and also the general history of Israel, so I had a lot of exposure there. And then I always wanted to do something meaningful with the service, so I don't consider going to the military as a quite useful option, so I always wanted to do something else. So I talked to her, or in a conversation it came up, and one of her teacher friends actually did the Gedenkdienst with us, and she went to Yad Vashem. So she told me about it, and then I talked to her, and that's how I got to the service. And during the time I discovered more the depth of Holocaust, and especially in Austria as well. So yeah.
Okay, so what is quite interesting is what I realized in the seminars, this distinction, not distinction, but the difference between Holocaust knowledge. Although in Austria there is a very strong curriculum, when I asked students during the seminars how many know about the Waldheim affair or something, maybe 50% of the hands go up. So although there is a very strong curriculum, the difference between how intensively history teachers choose to engage with this history seems to be still considerable. Okay, so you said you had a history teacher who was very much concerned with this history and who already taught you this. Okay, this brought you into the project, all doing Gedenkdienst. I'm sure our military our military commission has a different view on how important you see doing military service in Austria, but fortunately we still have the freedom to choose what we want to do. Okay, moving from the motivations. So maybe I can summarize again the activities you participated. We did short study trips to Vienna, to the Historical Museum in Linz, the Contemporary History Museum in Linz, and we went to Obersalzberg together. We were on the study trip to Poland together for an entire week. We did the seminar in Mauthausen. So I try to summarize all of our activities in the morning. So what would interest me very much for the beginning, so when you think back about those educational activities, are there one or two, it might be educational items, what are one or two things that you remember strongly about those activities? Who would like to start?
Okay, maybe I can start.
Okay.
Okay. So I would say that there were sort of two, for me, I would divide the activities that we did into sort of field activities, and this would mostly include trips to concentration and death camp memorials and museums like the museum in Linz, and discussions. And both of those were very impactful for me. I think the ones in terms of the sort of field activities that had the biggest impact on me, especially sort of emotionally, it was definitely our trips to Treblinka and to Mauthausen-Gusen. And this is, I think, pretty interesting because those two memorials are very different from each other. You saw pictures from both, I believe, at some point, but just to sort of recap, the picture from Treblinka is the one where it's mostly trees, so there are basically no structures of the actual camp left, mainly because it was almost exclusively an extermination site, unlike a lot of different places. So there's not much left there in terms of sort of physical evidence, whereas in Mauthausen, Gusen is a completely different story, but Mauthausen specifically, I'm not sure if all of it is original, but there are a lot of structures in place, and they are like brick, so they're pretty sturdy. So even though they were so different, Treblinka was more of an emotional experience because of the type of place that it was, because it was so heavily focused on just straight up extermination. And also because of the fact that we were exploring it, I think, basically individually. We had audio guides, and so we could sort of do it at our own pace. And then we also had the sort of prayer moment with Gabriel, who was one of our participants. And then Mauthausen for me was impactful mostly because of the person that we were exploring it with, the tour guide, who was clearly very passionate, but not in like a sort of not in a disrespectful way. He was extremely respectful and very, very knowledgeable on what he was doing. And then as far as the discussions that we talked about were concerned, I think all of them were extremely intellectually stimulating, and that's actually sort of the biggest impression that I had, especially at the beginning of the project, that I didn't expect to have so much sort of thrown at me and so much food for thought to sort of chew on later in the day. But this will probably come up later, so I don't want to get too deep into it. But one discussion that I remember very vividly was that we ended up having a very big talk one day at the end of the day about whether or not pacifism is a morally correct stance, or when it is or when it's not, basically the complexities of that question. So those are the types of things that we were talking about, and that was really what sort of made my synapses in my brain sort of fire up and made me think about different topics that I had never really thought about before, or I had never thought about their complexities before.
So maybe we can go back to the discussion of pacifism later. No, this is not postponing, but I believe this was a very big discussion at the time. I believe some of the other participants might also want to talk about this. Yeah? Okay, who wants to go next? Benedict.
For me, probably the most impressive was the Poland Holocaust study trip. And there, the visit to Tikocin, I hope I pronounce it somewhat correctly, was very moving. For those who don't know, and my colleagues can correct me if I'm wrong, Tikocin is quite a small town in Poland, and before the Second World War, about 50% were Jewish, and they were shot by the Nazis in families together, and they were gathered in the main town square, and then had to walk through the forest and get shot there. And for me, it was the reason why it was so memorable, because in that moment, we went to the synagogue, we saw how the people lived, then afterwards we got ice cream, so we got the feel for it, how life could be, and then we went by bus to the forest, and it was, I think, the same route that the victims took. And in that moment, it felt very real, and it was just very overcome with emotion. And then at the mass graves, a colleague or a participant from Germany, she had actually written a poem about the kids who died there or in another mass grave, and that was very touching for me personally. So I still remember it very vividly, and it felt very, very real. And it's for me, Holocaust was always quite abstract. It was often just numbers, and in that moment I could almost feel some I could relate to it. So that was very impressive and memorable.
Yeah, it made the Holocaust more tangible. Yeah. So for context, Tikocin is part of what is within historical research considered the Holocaust by bullets, which started with the German invasion of the Soviet Union in 1941, I believe. When the National Socialists realized, Christopher Browning has written about this, that those exterminations by bullets led to the SS soldiers feeling extremely having all kinds of negative effects from it. Later in 1942, the idea of extermination through gas was born.
And this was just to say it was very important for me as preparation for Latvia as well, because in Latvia it was only Holocaust by bullets mostly. And there were labor camps, but it was mostly Holocaust by bullets, so it prepared me for that, and it was very important for me also later on to have encountered those thoughts beforehand.
As a preparation for your memorial service, okay. Well, I'm glad it worked out this this well in your case. Agata.
I just want to
Yes.
I just want to agree that visiting Treblinka and Tikocin was most moving and most important and crucial visits in our project. But I want to stress that visit in Krakow, because it was so inspiring that we can exchange our perspective, our Christian perspective, with Jewish, because we participated in prayers, and after that we had this great dinner together and in JCC.
Shabbat dinner, yeah.
Shabbat dinner, yeah. And that was amazing experience and very moving and very touching, because there was so open atmosphere, and I could feel it. I could feel this atmosphere in any person. So I remember it's the most touching thing.
So for you, the most important was actually the opportunity to
interact
interact with our international group and quite diverse group, and the intercultural aspect as well. Interesting. Okay, Joel, what about you?
For me, it's I didn't get the chance to visit or to go on a Poland study trip, so for me, what I heard, this would probably be the most impressive or memorable thing, but when we visited First Alpine, the museum there, probably because of my professional background as well, and this was...
They have 2 exhibitions, right? Maybe you have to explain that.
They have a few exhibitions too, and they started to revisit their past and what their role was in the Second World War with the forced laborers and with the weapons production and all this stuff. So
steel industry, yeah.
Yes, and so for me this was quite memorable to see that a big company and all those other aspects, not only the death camps, were part of the machinery and a part of the people that killed someone. So, and that also inspired me to go and look at the company where I worked at the time and looked what their role was and if I could find out what they did or if they were involved. And so yeah, that gave me the motivation and the inspiration to do that. So yeah.
Okay, so it sort of broadened your view on different aspects of this time. Okay, very interesting. We already talked about this aspect of youth exchange, and I would like to stay with this for a while. So obviously we talked about the activities, but we also talked about PATH. This is one of the main goals of PATH, to create this social space where young volunteers interested in the same topics can exchange their views with each other. So I would like to ask more about this. So what, except for the discussion about pacifism, you can come back to it if you want, yeah. But what are other aspects? What were learnings not from our guides, not from the educators, but actually what are your learnings from your peers, and what were discussions between maybe members within the associations and also between the associations that you found really fruitful? Mm-hmm.
Two topics come up most often, and it was about definition of perpetrator, because we have obviously different background, historical, political backgrounds. So that was the most important topic, but also the role of violence in teaching about the Holocaust. Because we have different ways how we should show the Holocaust, for example, in camps or in schools, when exactly, what age we should start with education.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think there are different sort of pedagogical frameworks for different age groups, but I'd like to come back to what you said, the discussions about definitions of perpetrators. Mm-hmm. What do you mean by that? Can you give us an example?
For example, it's quite obvious. Some examples are quite obvious. The brightest, who was in concentration camps and who was Nazis, of course, soldiers. But we had some of very controversial situation. For example, who hide Jews and who collaborates with Germans. Situation with Jedwabne in Poland, but also in general in Austria. I heard many interesting statements about that we were the first victim, and that it still exists in some part of I don't know, in some conscious in mindset of older people, for example, that they don't want to create this this part of the identity of historical legacy if he stays alive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I hope that in Austria we have finally graduated from that myth, but I will not deny that there might be some other people who still believe in it. Yeah. Okay, what about you, Matilda?
So, so I think I will just contrast what I sort of expected to what I ended up learning about specifically the Austrian perspective as I was in the program. So generally speaking, I try not to come in with any strong expectations into basically anything, and this was no exception. I didn't really want to create a bias for myself, but sort of subconsciously, I assumed, and this was the type of thing where I just sort of thought this and I didn't really challenge it. I assumed that the perspective of Austrians and also the sort of issues that exist when it comes to Holocaust memory in Austria would be extremely similar, if not identical, to what they are in Germany. And this is just because I didn't know anything about this, and in my head, the idea was that these are both basically perpetrator nations for the Holocaust. Mm-hmm. And because of that, I didn't really think about the complexities that might be there. And during the program, I was able to learn about the fact that it is actually, the context is actually extremely different between these two countries, and that this shows up in a number of ways. One of those was that we talked about something called the Opferthese, which is a very sort of outdated topic. So not really something that is, I hope at least, raised anymore, but something that definitely was a part of sort of Austria coming to terms with its role in the Holocaust, historically speaking. And also how the political context in Austria immediately following the war affected how both the Holocaust was talked about, but also in how the physical remnants and the physical evidence of it was treated and what happened to it. So the example that comes to mind is what happened to the Gusen concentration camp. It was related to Mauthausen, and essentially what happened is that most of it was destroyed in the immediate aftermath of World War II, and sort of a residential area was built there. And there's still people living in that area. So this is something that I had never really encountered before in Poland, even though I later realized that this does actually happen, and that I even know people who live in towns where this is something that's maybe not common, but that exists. But it was sort of the context of Austria becoming unified very quickly after World War II that also sort of affected these things. So basically, before coming into the program, I just didn't really realize how many differences there would be between the German perspective and the Austrian perspective. So that was very sort of fruitful for me, because obviously both of those perspectives are extremely different to the Polish perspective, not just because obviously Poland had a different role in the situation, but also because of the controversies that still exist and the difficulties that still exist in all of those countries in commemorating the Holocaust.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it took Austria until 1991 until they officially acknowledged their guilt, and this is probably also one of the reasons why these former concentration camp areas, because the history was not acknowledged, they were then used for residential purposes, and now you have the Gusen Memorial right between the two blocks of residential buildings. Yeah?
Although, if I may say something, this is also, as I said, this is also the case in Poland.
Yes.
So the example that comes to my mind, because it's very close to me, my boyfriend was born in Stutowo, which is where the concentration camp Stutthof was. And there was, of course, a huge villa for the camp commandant. And the actual camp, most of it is intact. Well, most of it is not intact, but most of the area of it is part of a memorial. But actually, the villa for the commandant, or the former villa for the commandant, is not. And like a pretty sort of wealthy family lives there now. And to my understanding, this is basically the result of a lot of these buildings being basically left up for grabs after World War II immediately, and there being a lot of chaos regarding who owned this property, especially with sort of the new communist government moving in, and there being a lot of confusion just about who owns what. So there's kind of a different situation where this is basically the result of like chaos, and now nobody really knows like what to do with this.
So I asked about youth exchange, and started talking about the historical perspectives. Okay, but would you say did the youth exchange actually amplify your understanding of this difference between Austrian and German narratives, at least until 1991, or was this part of the educational program?
Oh yeah, well, sorry, maybe I didn't make myself clear. A lot of what I
just to clarify.
Yeah.
I learned from the Austrians that they don't think they're
No. That's not what I meant. I think I was more so talking about being able to talk to people from a different sort of geographical area, and them telling me sort of what the issues that they see in both in historical perspective and sort of how they affect the contemporary situation and how they are. So it was in large part sort of part of the youth exchange, mainly because you can't really get this kind of perspective on these things by just reading a book, and especially on how sort of these past issues still affect the present. So a lot of the time I was able to sort of ask people about whether or not they saw remnants of this type of thinking in their everyday lives, and how, and sort of what, or how they would improve education on the Holocaust in Austria with that context in mind. So yeah, the historical context we learned through, for example, the lectures, but then there was also opportunities to sort of discuss that would really put into perspective in a way that, again, like reading a book or an article would not.
Okay, very much so. Joel, what are your thoughts? Your learnings from the youth exchange?
For me, I think it made me realize the complexity and the depth of the different backgrounds from the people that came there and talked about the same topic. And I remember the discussion we had about the with the violet, was it the violet lila Winkel? Yeah, where it got quite heated and quite emotional. And I think that made me realize that it's not only about facts and about this happened or that happened, it's also about emotions and the personal connection, because there are people that have had family that died there or had family that helped the Nazis. And so I think that made me realize, even in those discussions, that we have to be open and respectful and to the other people, and don't try to force someone to accept or to to accept what I think is real or is right, because just that's what I feel. We have to take in account the emotions, the background, all the other things what everyone individually is bringing with them. And we saw that in the heated discussions, but we also saw that in the evening when we had a few beers and talked about other stuff. So that's I think was the most memorable part of the exchange. Yeah.
Okay, so a lesson in tolerance I wrote down. Okay, we keep coming back to the same topic. Benedict, what about you?
For me, how probably that even in Austria, depending on the family or what is the family's history, is very different how you sort of get taught about the history. And during World War II, so a person from Carinthia has completely different way of talking about it, or in the family, or different family history. And especially with the Jewish participants, this is lived history, and they have stories from their grandfathers, their great-grandfathers or mothers. And for example, also I still remember when we were in Auschwitz, and there is this huge book, and there were some of them were searching for names, and the sort of then made it even more tangible, and we could talk to them, and we could exchange how it was in our families and theirs. So this was probably the thing that I most learned from the youth exchange.
Okay, so the interaction with our Jewish participants. Okay, So another question that would be, we partly talked about it already, the difference between sort of Polish, German, and Austrian perspectives in terms of historical perspectives, in terms of different national narratives. Does anybody want to add to this? Yeah?
Before the PATH project, or before Austrian Service Abroad,
Yeah.
I hadn't really thought about that at all. I don't know why, but now it seems very obvious that people can have, depending on their education or from where they come from, have very different perspectives. And it was also, there were very important lessons for my service in Latvia, because in Latvia, Holocaust remembrance is completely different than in Austria, partly because of the Soviet occupation beforehand and afterwards, but also how they just talk about it and not to sort of make snap judgments and sort of take a step back, so not to get personal with it, and sort of try to put yourself in their shoes and sort of relate to that. And there were a lot of moments where I had, during my service in Latvia, where I sort of had to take a step back and not to get personal with it or anything like that, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So also a lesson in tolerance a little bit. Since you have talking about your memorial service, I'd like to extend the question to Joël. So you did a Holocaust memorial service in Brazil. What were the differences you have witnessed there?
Yeah, I think the biggest difference there is that the people don't really learn or know about it. Like, they learn the basic that it happened, but since it's so far away and they didn't really take that much part in it, they don't have a personal connection like we have. Like, it didn't happen there. The only thing that they kind of get a connection with is the people that came afterwards, or even the Germans that came to the south of Brazil. So it's probably more a connection there with the Germans than the Jews. So that was kind of interesting to see, like, that they have so many Germans there, and they have a whole different direction to go to the Second World War and all this stuff. So yeah, and also in our museum didn't have the main focus of the Holocaust, so it was quite different, because they mostly their focus is on the Brazilian Jewish community, and they don't want to be a Holocaust museum, they want to be a Jewish museum because that's what is the biggest part in their country. So
to serve as a community center.
Yes, and because they don't really have that much connection to the Holocaust, like, directly, so they more have an indirect connection to it. So they have they have an exhibition about it, and they teach the people because they know it's important. Yeah. But they also say it's not the only thing that's important about Jewish culture. There are so many more things, so that's what they want to, like, show the people and focus on. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so less sort of victim centrism as in the European context, more community focused. I'd like to extend the question to Agatha and Matilda. So you have talked about how this exchange and also how the educational activities enrich the understanding of other countries, sort of the Austrian perspective, maybe the German perspective. But I would be curious, since especially the study trip through Poland is an extremely, it's a very intensive week with a lot of different stations. So I would be curious if this has also somehow enriched or extended your understanding of the Polish discussion about the Holocaust.
The biggest thing that the Poland study trip did for me was definitely that we learned a lot about Jewish life in Poland before the Holocaust, which I didn't really know that much about because I wasn't really studying anything related to Jewish studies or really anything related to Poland at all. And of course I knew that Poland used to have a very large Jewish population before World War II. But I didn't really know much of the specifics of this. So we went to Warsaw, Łódź, and Krakow, and these were three cities that had significant Jewish populations. So, for example, the types of things that I didn't know were things like the specifics of these communities, how they formed, their sort of demographic makeup within them. Where they specifically lived in these cities. And because I live in Krakow, I've never lived in Łódź or in Warsaw, so it's not really, so for those cities, it wasn't really so close to me that it would be like a daily occurrence that I would be walking through these places. But I had been through those places before, but I had no idea that different areas of the city used to be like a Jewish quarter. In the case of Krakow, we do have a Jewish quarter, but unlike many cities in Europe, the Jewish quarter didn't become the ghetto. The ghetto actually became a different part of the city entirely. And I go to that part of the city quite a lot. And now, after this trip, I'm able to sort of appreciate that more, and I'm able to see the remnants of it. There's a small part of the ghetto wall that is still there. It's not like a big memorial or anything like that. It's just there, and there's like a little plaque, and that's basically it. So most people don't even know about it. But I would have probably never known about this, even though I go there all the time. So it's really things like that. It's the vibrancy of the Jewish community in Poland before World War II, and how much kind of I think we lost as a country by losing this part of the local culture there, but also the specifics of, unfortunately, how these communities were exterminated, because in a lot of cases these things went differently. There were slightly different mechanisms. There were different modes of resistance within these communities. So yeah, I don't really remember learning about the specifics of any of that in Poland, and especially since the city that I went to school in didn't really have a huge Jewish population. So that was definitely quite enlightening for me. And I also think from sort of the other side, as kind of a contrast to what is common in Poland, I think a lot of the sort of historical perspectives that I heard in general on the trip, not just from people from other countries, were more intersectional than what I was used to before that. Mm-hmm. So what I mean by that is considering, for example, the impact of just of different variables on the experiences of various people, considering sort of different victim groups also, besides just Jewish people. Of course, they were the main victim group, but there are also, we also had some discussions about, for example, the Roma and Sinti, right, that I also didn't have a lot of knowledge on. So yeah, basically those sorts of things.
Mm-hmm. So big, I wrote down awareness building sort of experience for you, yeah? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Interesting. Agatha, yes.
I would like to add that even I've been several times in Auschwitz, it was completely different experience to be, for example, Treblinka or another concentration camps. And I've never been in Łódź or in Tykocin or many synagogues. I visited synagogue first time during this project, so it was amazing impact on me. And we never, we don't have a lot of informations about Jews and culture in schools, so that was amazing that I could learn about it. And I think that I started to think about local history more because of that, because of Jewish participants. For example, this speech of Gabriel in Tykocin was very inspiring.
Prayer?
The prayer, yeah. And in synagogue, how he translate the Hebrew letters and Yiddish letters. And after that, I was with him. I took part with him in a small trip in Polish shtetl. So it was an amazing experience to see how someone from another country back to some village where his family have lived for generation.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so sort of adding to the local aspect of it, and also awareness building, being just aware of this Jewish culture, which then largely was perished. Yes. I would like to extend a question to our two volunteers, former volunteers over there. So let's stick to the topic that Matilda just brought up, this idea of awareness building. So obviously in Austria, this idea of Holocaust commemoration is very much combined with the idea to take up responsibility for the past in order to not let it reoccur. So I would be very interested in how all these different educational activities, but especially, and you can realize the educational activities on site had a much more lasting impact. I would be interested in how these activities influenced, changed, or maybe strengthened this idea of taking up responsibility for you. Or if it didn't happen, that's also okay.
I think I just got more confident in talking about it, and I think this is really important if you want to learn about other sort of parts of the Holocaust or Second World War, and especially when I gave guided tours in the museum that I worked. Of course, being confident is one of the most important things, and sort of being aware of your own nationality and of your own national identity. So if you get questions, you can sort of draw comparisons, you can sort of get them involved. So this probably, and also in terms of our Austrian identity on Holocaust, it sort of also learned me or got me closer to sort of the generation of my parents. Because, not close, I wouldn't say that, but when I told, for example, that I'm going to do Holocaust Remembrance Service, some people said, oh, why are you doing this? Oh, can't we just forget, like, you're making us guilty again? And I never got that. I'm like, sort of like, why would you say that? This is completely, why? And
is this from your family or from
no,
friends?
not from friends of family, but sort of like in the 60s, I would say. So, but then I sort of realized only later, because I went to school and it was a topic being dealt with in history classes, that it was a taboo topic. They weren't allowed to talk about it because living relatives were in the war and didn't want to talk about it. Well, for example, the uncle of my father was in Stalingrad and never talked about it, and it was very traumatic. So I understood more from where they come from and why they sometimes think like that. So I became a little more tolerable to those views. I could say, not really, but I sort of like then tell them, well, this is not okay actually to say, but I don't completely snap at them, so yeah.
Okay, interesting. So you, on the one side, you became aware of this generation gap, but by becoming aware of it, you could also sort of closen it a little bit. That's a really interesting self-discovery, yeah?
It may be difficult to sort of frame and get into words, but it's very important because when they said those things, I was like, I went home, or I was like, sort of, this is, oh my God, what they're talking about. But it was important learning for me, personally.
Okay, thank you very much for being so open with us about this. Joel, what about you?
I think for me it's kind of the same, because I'm also from the countryside and from a small town, and like no one talks about it, and you don't you know about it, but you don't talk about it. That's how it is in our in this generation as well. And so this project made me and my history teacher, we started to look into our town and to the history and what happened there, and we started a project for the Stolpersteine, because we found out that we had a few Jews living there, and also not only Jews but disabled people as well that were taken to concentration camps. And so we started this project, and I think this path and also the Austrian service, it made me realize and more sensible to those topics and to take action and start doing something on my own. So yeah.
Okay, so it really transformed into activity. Did you succeed to install the stone?
Yes, we did.
Oh, that's...
Yes.
Deserving of applause. So we have been discussing for about an hour. Is there something? Yes? So is there something you would like to add? Because otherwise I will open the floor for questions. Yes?
Yeah, I just wanted to add to what I said about sort of intersectionality, and also because you mentioned that the in-person stuff was the most impactful. I think, this was a long time ago, so I hope I'm not making this up, but I think I remember that we had a webinar on women, right? Mm-hmm. So that was actually one of the...
Women resistance, yeah.
Yeah, exactly, on women's resistance and the sort of, in general, women's perspectives in the Holocaust. And that was also part of sort of the intersectionality that I was referring to, that we have women as just sort of a group that, their experiences are going to be a little bit different. And we sort of acknowledge that. So that's just an example that I remembered. And also just to clarify, what I meant to say with sort of the Sinti and Roma was more so that we also talked a little bit about other victims of the general Nazi genocide project. So a small difference, but just to clarify sort of the terminology.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. Okay, great. Yes.
Excellent. Great to hear that so many further projects resulted from the project path. Yes, kudos to all of you. Let's open up the floor to some questions. I'm dying to ask my questions, but I guess we'll let you guys go first.
Thank you, Art, for so we will...
Do you want to... Let's wait for the microphone so that everyone can hear you. Thanks very much.
And the audience online as well.
Thank you all for sharing your experiences. I would like to direct my question to Benedict, because I would like to ask you to share something more about your Latvian experience, especially about the cultural memory there, because as you have mentioned, this was the place which was occupied by Soviets, but also it was the place where the Latvians have their own SS division, and it was the place which was fighting almost till the end of the war. So I'm sure that you have experienced a lot of tensions there, and I would like you to share something how is the cultural memory there, how is the remembrance, and what are for example, historical monuments are there. Thank you.
So this is a very complex question, and generally the narratives there are very complex, because after World War II they didn't really have Jewish Holocaust remembrance there. It was basically from the Soviets the mass murders of Soviets. Of Soviet workers, I think it was framed. So you have sort of different narratives sort of working against each other, and you get very sort of... I got some questions. For example, we had play for kids in our museum, where the story of our museum was getting taught. And after the play, an 8-year-old came to my colleague and asked, "My grandfather always says that the Nazis were the good ones. They helped us fight the Soviets." And then, as I said, you have to take a step back and sort of realize this is an 8-year-old talking. And then she just asked him, "You have seen the play. Do you think the Nazis were the good ones?" And he's like, "No." but it sort of sheds a light on how difficult it is sometimes. And there are also a lot of memorials still being installed. For example, our museum was opened in 2013. A lot of other mass grave memorials were installed like in the late 2000s. So it's still a lot of work, I would say, for them. And also my coworkers always said that. They still have to sort of deal with their history and also with the very traumatic aftermath of the Second World War with the deportations to Siberia of Latvians. So you have sort of a lot of different narratives, a lot of different opinions, you have to be sort of, you have to know the facts and then go from there and sort of try to deal with the questions as good as possible.
One follow-up. Do you think the Latvian government is doing something regarding that currently? Especially given the current political tensions and relations to the Russia.
Yeah, and so the Latvian government, I don't know if good job. I don't want to comment on that, but generally it's very different. For example, in Austria. In Austria, sort of, if there is a Holocaust commemoration, a lot of politicians show up, and in Latvia, you are lucky if one shows up. Basically, I had the feeling. For example, there was the commemoration of Rumbula, where 25,000 Latvian Jews, got killed in 2 nights, and there was a commemoration there, and none of the politicians showed up that were invited. So it's sort of like, for me, that was a scandal, and I still think this is a scandal because it wasn't Jews; it was Latvian Jews, and sort of I sometimes had the feeling, and my coworkers sort of also sometimes agreed with that they see Latvian history and they see Jewish history. For them, this isn't the same. It isn't sometimes not even connected. So it's not Latvians that were killed, it were Jewish people that were killed. And so they think, we don't have to show up. Or maybe, I don't know what they thought actually, because I don't get it. But yeah, so the Latvian government is very sort of, now with Russia, they have a lot to deal, but if they're doing stuff right, let's see, I don't know.
Okay, thanks very much. Any other questions? Yeah?
Thank you. No. Thank you very much for taking the time to come here and for sharing your experiences with us. I have a question for Benedikt and Joël. As we heard, there might be some unexpected things that can happen when you do a memorial service abroad. Do you have any specific piece of advice that you can share with us, future memorial servants abroad, that would have helped you if someone gave you that advice before you started your service? Thank you.
I love the question.
For me, I think what was most important is that you should always be respectful and to be sort of open-minded and not say like, I don't know, like, and don't force the narrative or try to argue with someone who is like, try to argue objectively if someone is emotionally. So if people come with their own history with the topic and then they ask you something and you go and tell them, oh, like this and this is how it is, like in the history wise, and then they get upset because you don't took the time to step back and like ask him why he is. So before answering certain questions, I think it's important to ask where the guys or the question is coming from and why, so that you try to avoid conflict or to avoid without mistakenly offending someone or mistakenly hurting the people there. And also what would have helped probably is the education on the current political topics, or like to give us a little bit of a direction or what we can say, because those are the things that people come and ask if they hear that you're from Europe, from Austria. They ask you all the political stuff, what's going on now, and what is your opinion on that. And for me, it was important to say, to like take a step back and don't try to tell them something I don't really know. So I always told them, I'm sorry, like I don't have enough information or have the educational background to give you a good answer. I can tell you what I think, but that's not what, there's no foundation for it. So, yeah.
Right.
For me, it's probably also just being open-minded and sort of get out of your comfort zone, to not stay at home, to try every sorts of different things with people that you don't know. So get out there, I guess, would be my advice. Yeah. And for like, it really depends on which sort of country or region you go to and sort of the culture there. If you, as Joel said, be respectful, I guess. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, and open-minded, I think, is a great one. That's the whole reason you're doing it, right? Yep. Excellent. Thanks for that question. Pardon me? I think the question was directed at the two, but would you like to say something?
Well, I was scared because we didn't do the volunteer work.
No. Okay. Oh, great. Thanks very much. All right. Do we have any other questions? Yes, a gentleman in the front.
So thank you very much for sharing your amazing experiences with us. And I suppose all of you have grown a lot as a person during your time at PATH. Could you maybe describe the most important life lesson you've learned during your time at PATH, if there is one?
Mm-hmm. I think we'll let the ladies begin then again, right?
This is your chance now to inspire everybody in this room.
So that's a great question, first of all, and there are a lot of things that I could talk about, but I think the biggest thing that I'm going to say is it's just a specific way of thinking about history and learning to sort of learning just how complex the topic of commemoration is, because I think for someone who is sort of from the outside looking in a way, or who maybe isn't actively interested in this topic, a lot of the time, you might see, for example, a monument being created to any really historical event, and you might not realize how likely it is that there were a bunch of controversies with how that was going to look like, who was going to be mentioned, who wasn't going to be mentioned, what the monument, if there's an inscription, what it was going to say, word by word, basically. People put a lot of stock into how history is talked about, and rightfully so, especially when it comes to events as horrific and as impactful on the world, and in this case on the Jewish community, as the Holocaust. But and yeah, that is a good thing. But that does also tend to lead to some conflict sometimes, and it's important to understand where that is coming from in order to be able to sort of navigate that and make sure that we can talk about the past in a way that is respectful and that is inclusive when it needs to be, and exclusive when it's time to commemorate very specific things. And I think this is also a philosophy that I sort of carry with me. I still work on topics related to the Holocaust, but it is something that I also try to carry with me when I look at other contexts. Not in the exact same way, because you can't apply the exact same thing everywhere, especially since there's cultural differences between different regions. But there are a lot of different sort of controversial topics in history that still are commemorated, or maybe sometimes are not. And a lot of the time there is a lot of a lot of discussion happening behind those events, and it's good to just understand the way of thinking about history that goes into thinking about commemoration, of course in a way that is responsible.
What about the rest of you? What was your...
I can say that I feel that I should be more aware of my environment, because we are talking about huge processes, but it was history before and after, and I wasn't aware of, for example, the history after. So it was just next to me, and it's worth to be aware about your local and history and your local place when you are living.
Mm-hmm. Yep, Benedict, go ahead.
I think it's mostly the things that I already mentioned, to sort of not to make snap judgments, or sort of get where people are coming from and what they maybe have experienced or family members have experienced.
Mm-hmm.
And also, I mean, it was 2 years ago or 3 years ago the path started?
2 years.
24, so
2
I mean,
years.
I was 18 back then, graduating high school. So I think in general you just grow a lot as a person in that time. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And for me, it's probably to accept the people and accept where they come from, even if it's not your point of view or what you think or experience, because you never know what the other person went through or experienced. So to don't judge the people or to offend or feel offended because of what people say, because you can't know the background of it, to just accept that. But you don't, we can know a lot of things, but we don't really can understand everything. So to accept it and to take a step back and look at it from a different perspective, I think.
Great, thanks very much. Any more questions before we end off? Great, then I get to ask mine. Question to all of you. You don't all have to answer, but what would you tell a young person who's considering taking or undertaking path? And I'm going to have to limit you to 2 or 3 sentences. What would you say? Either to convince them to do it or not to do it, depending, of course, on your experience.
So if the question is between like remembrance service and military service in Austria?
If I came to you and I said, I'm considering doing remembrance service.
Do it.
Okay, I think that's been taken by someone else already.
No, but I know it's more work than military. You have to do preparations. You have to fill out a lot of forms because you're in Austria, and you have to sort of apply everywhere. I mean, it's a lot, and it seems a lot, and can be overwhelming, but it's very much worth it in the end.
Great, thanks, Benedict. Anyone else?
I guess I would also say do it, comma. It's going to be very challenging, not all the time, but at times. But it's also extremely enriching, and it really feeds your mind. And as I already mentioned before, gives you so much to chew on later on and to think about, to reflect on.
Excellent, thanks, Matilda. Either of you? Got a... No? No? We don't have to, then we're done. Excellent. So thanks once again to our participants. Thanks for being with us here today, for your openness and for your courage. Your stories remind us that remembrance is not abstract, it lives in people. And in the final part of today's conference, we will be looking ahead to the future. But for now, we're going to press pause. It's time for a quick coffee break of half an hour, and we will get back here at 4:30. Thanks very much. Right, welcome back. As promised before, we are now turning our attention to the future. In a world that is currently shaped by algorithms, artificial intelligence, and rapidly evolving forms of digital storytelling, new questions arise, like how will Holocaust commemoration evolve and what new responsibilities will emerge as a result. And to help us navigate these questions, it's a great pleasure to invite an expert whose work focuses on digital history, memory cultures, and the mediation of historical knowledge in the digital age. Please join me in welcoming Professor Dr. Eva Franzeller with her endnote, The Future of Holocaust Commemoration in the Digital Era. It's an honor for us to have you here with us. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Thanks.
It's an honor to be here, distinguished guests and colleagues. So I think we've had a long day. We have all had a long day. All the highlights are over. We are coming to the end. I think that's why this is called an end note. And I also think the reason not to make it end like the end of all of this all of these things is to look into the future. I was asked to talk about the future of Holocaust commemoration in the digital age, but I am a historian, so I'm used to looking into the past and to maybe, hopefully, learn from the past. So forgive me if I am not a futurist, but I will do my best to look into the future. But before we dig into these things, let me get rid of some facts. In 1932, there were 2 elections. In the first elections in July, the NSDAP, the Nazi party, was able to gain 37% of the votes. From then on, it was actually considered that the Nazis were unstoppable. So there was no breaking their rise to power. This was not true. There were new elections in November 1932. And the Nazis actually lost 4.2% of the votes. So they came to 33% of the votes. It was then the conservative circles that actually heaved Hitler to power. And today, on the 30th of January, in 1933, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, yes, you may look at the watch, Hitler was actually made Reichskanzler of the German Reich. So 93 years ago, this is what started, what still keeps us occupied up until today. End of history lecture. Let's now move on to, I would say, uncharted territory, to many uncertainties and to many endurances that we have to face if we dig into this digital era. For many decades, the Holocaust occupied an almost sacrosanct position in collective memory. Especially it was supported by museums, memorials, research institutions like my own. And it was carefully curated through traditional media. I think the digital turn, or the digital era as we call it, has fundamentally changed this landscape. And the internet became more and more an indispensable instrument for public history on the one side, for education, for political engagement, and also for everyday encounters with the past. As a result, I would say Holocaust memory has increasingly become encountered in new, often uncontrolled, and sometimes problematic ways, frequently or mostly beyond the reach of traditional Holocaust institutions, if we may call them so. This transformation actually forms the core of my book, which asks basically how digital technology has changed and has shaped these memorial cultures surrounding the Holocaust. It's open access, so you do not even have to pay for it. In my book, I examine basically the evolution of Holocaust memory in these 4 distinguished phases. And unfortunately, I won't be able to walk you down memory lane of the history of the internet also to say in detail. But I have to start at some point here, actually at the third phase. So basically because I think that's the lens from where we look forward. And from there to basically try to infer current trends that point towards the future. So, no, we're not going to talk about this. So we're going to start right here. I think from the late 2000s, so basically starting from 2007, I would say platforms like Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, as it was called, X, before it was called X, and Instagram later on turned digital communication into spaces of active participation. Where users increasingly became also producers, not just consumers. With the rise of prosumers, as they were called, this new species of users, remembrance also shifted towards more technical competence than just the faculty of memorizing things, of bringing things in our brains together. Scholars describe this shift widely. So there was all kinds of terms that come up at this point: connective memory, network memory, global memory, and I could name you many others. So we have rising tensions in this participatory digital memory. As this emerges, these tensions also change around tone and appropriateness, revealing the frictions between institutional authority and user-driven expression. And Alex, we have Dancing Auschwitz already, then a very milestone, I would say, in breaking down institutional barriers of commemoration. And Adolek Kohn, in his very famous YouTube video in 2010, danced with his daughter and his nephews and nieces in front of memorial camps all over Poland and Germany. This breaking of traditions was, on the one hand, celebrated as a celebration of life, also because it was in the background, it had the sound of Gloria Gaynor, "I Will Survive." On the other hand, of course, it was condemned as tastelessness, as over-emotionalizing serious topics, and so on and so off. So amplified, and the second big, I think, milestone that we see here is equally a Facebook profile that was created back then for Henia Stamirsky, who reached for the first time the followership of 5,000 friends, which was not allowed to be passed back then. So today, unimaginable, there was this limit. One could not have more than 5,000 friends. And it was shut down by Facebook after that because they realized this hyping, trending, dead, killed Jewish person, young boy, does no longer live, and this is not how we intended Facebook to work. They changed that after that, but just to say, we have these really iconic, I would say, two social media initiatives that actually really changed a lot in our memorial landscape. So what we see here is basically this is why I actually wanted to point out that we need this phase here, because I think this is actually where the future of digital Holocaust commemoration begins to take shape. Between participation, authority, a lot of emotion, and also evidence that we still have in there. New storytelling formats have been talked about before. The architecture of social media platforms encourage the emergence of new storytelling formats, often short, simplified, or fragmented, including very many micro-narratives, and of course, hashtags and memes. Hashtags became the key mechanisms allowing users to aggregate content, to shape online discourse, and to connect otherwise very disparate posts into shared, loosely coordinated memory practices. These formats, of course, now enable broad participation, lowering barriers to engagement and allowing individuals to contribute their personal meanings and stories to a wider collective memory landscape. The casual aesthetics of social media particularly selfies at serious places, as it was called, and especially selfies at, at camps and memorials, were, of course, usually seen as trivializing or disrespectful to the memory. Yeah. Disrespectful to the memory of the survivors and the victims. What became more visible here, and we are here around 2016-17, is an ongoing tension between accessibility and gravity, between new participation and new forms of participation of remembrance, and the experiences, the expectations that established memory actually had of solemnity and restraint. Alongside critique, we also see some deliberate creative adaptation of social media formats to convey Holocaust history to younger audiences, often reaching millions, I'm sure, maybe not, but the older ones among us still remember Eva's story, a 2019 Instagram project, which basically narrated the final months of Holocaust victims' lives through Instagram stories. And beyond all, these memes, of course, have become an inherent feature of digital cultural communication. By design, they simplify and condense complex ideas, sometimes productively and sometimes, of course, problematically. And here is just one of those memes that were really trending in 2015. The Mufti made me do it. I think what we really have seen is an acceleration at the beginning of the pandemic, of the COVID pandemic. I think it marks an inflection point that triggered a very rapid shift towards fully digital forms of Holocaust commemoration. What became almost immediately visible was the migration of traditional commemoration forms into digital worlds. So basically the one-to-one transformation from offline commemoration to online commemoration, like we see on the right-hand picture here, the 75th commemoration of the liberation of Auschwitz, that was one-to-one for the first time really transported through Twitter all over the world. So rather than initiating new directions, I think the pandemic accelerated the development that was already there, and it accelerated in speed and also at scale, accelerating digital trends that, have been there ever since. The effect was, I think, a form of memory that became simultaneously globalized and amplified, yet also much more fragmented and distributed among different platforms and formats and audiences. I think the digital shift made explicit the dynamic character of online memory. So memory here is continuously being rewritten. It's reordered by the users, by the individual users. It includes also counter narratives here, and we have a lot of online hate, anti-Semitism, and racism that has been flourishing. So as remembrance moved rapidly online and memory became more fluid and fragmented, I think we have a foundational challenge that came into focus. How can we, as I would see myself as a researcher, also as a traditional institution of memory, react to these, or reconnect to these online commemoration worlds? And it is actually from this starting point that I want to look ahead by outlining, in my opinion, 6 trends that we see from now that I think will shape future Holocaust remembrance scenarios. So into the future. Of course, where I come from, the first trend that I see is connecting Holocaust research and memory. Research and memory infrastructures that once developed very different separate accesses to Holocaust documents, audios, videos, and so on, are now linking through archives, through museums, and a lot of scholarship is there, of course, too. So this convergence, I think, does not erase the differences that we have in the documentation of the Holocaust. There is still a lot of difficulties to arrange or to align Eastern standards, Western standards. We have problems with multilinguality, with script, with how to actually get the information into the machine. But I think we are getting closer to finding ways to connect the different dots. And I think what has already changed a lot and what we already see right now is the ability to connect dispersed records on people, on places, and on objects through all kinds of identifiers and standardized language that has been introduced. This means that connections are increasingly also spatial and material, GIS technology, archaeology, digital archaeology, and mapping. They add actually depth to our research, I think, and to our historical knowledge. A lot of but you have talked about this this morning already. A lot of access and automation has been made possible through automatic speech recognition, handwritten text recognition, new annotation tools that are emerging that we are using. And also they can, increase issues of error uncertainty and so on, but it can also help to decrease many errors that we have had so far, introducing new challenges about privacy, about provenance, and about hallucinations. The goal there, I think, is not just connectivity, but some equitable community governed, community meaning us, infrastructure that resists decontextualization and fragmentation and thus misuse. At the center of this landscape, I think, are some gateways. The big one, of course, is ERIC, European Holocaust Research Infrastructure, which increasingly, at least for us here in Europe, seems to function as a backbone for cross-border research, for discovery, rather than a standalone destination. But also what becomes clear, I think this is a layered ecosystem, I would call it, where area works alongside other big gateways, like Austrian archives or Yad Vashem or the USHMM. And so on and so on and so on. Also, the US Shoah Foundation would have to be mentioned here, and Fortin Video Archive. What distinguishes these gateways is not redundancy, so they're not doing the same thing twice and 3 times and 7 times, but I think they have complementary strengths. Biographical reconstruction, audiovisual testimony, rich metadata allow people, places, and events to be linked across very dispersed archival collections. Beyond this, we have also the necessity, and we have some of these already in place, of aggregators and standards, our Europeana, Archives Portal of Europe, IIIF standards. This is just some technical stuff, forget it. And also we need some other gateways, some thematic gateways, like Jewish Gen. It becomes one of the central hubs if we want to trace the lives of people and so on. Looted art, I should not forget those looted art databases and Roma and Sinti archives. I think what seems to be taking shape, and here's a look into the future, or maybe I hope so, is coordinated ethical interoperability. So let's not forget about the people behind all this technology that we are creating here. So basically connecting gateways while preserving local specificities, the trees and the forest, like you said this morning, right? Managing risks around privacy. We have a lot of name variation, contexts that we lose when we extract names and places. And I think we see now that we are using networks not to homogenize the story of the Holocaust, but to make overlooked angles or overlooked history more approachable and legible. So basically what I see, I know a lot of people hope otherwise, but I see ahead is not a single archive or platform, but a networked memory ecology where connection increases responsibility and interoperability only works when context and governance come with the data. Second trend, I would say, is extended reality. So virtual realities, augmented realities, and mixed realities. All these are subsumized under the terms extended realities. But of course, here we already have a lot of artificial intelligence there. And I see two trends emerging here. What has become visible is the use of extended reality to reintroduce the spatial dimension that were long inaccessible through all these technologies that we have here. We can already observe digital twins communicated through VR, AR, and GIS technology. We see also that forensic analysis is supported very much by this technology. So basic testing lines of sight and movements that were possible and how we can move around the landscape that might no longer be even there. What is, I think, also true, for most of the time, the primary value here is not spectacle, so it's not getting attention, but it's orientation and context. Placing documents, photographs, testimonies, and so on within these new experience-scapes is, I think, at the center of those, things that I have actually looked at. But this immersion, which is always portrayed as the big benefit of ER, this also brings with it some tensions. So we can actually find that we might see some false truths in there, false certainties, if we just look from one angle to spaces, to camps that no longer exist. So we seemingly reconstruct something that might have been there, but we might also be missing something. So also these technologies have to be tackled very carefully. But I think what seems to be crystallizing right here is XR as a place-based, knowledge base, or infrastructure, a structure from where we can move onwards. The second, point here would be virtualizing the voices, the testimony in XR and AI. And I've heard a big sigh going through many institutions once these technologies were in place, because somehow I have the feeling that, we as traditional as Holocaust historians or institutions of memory think now we have made the survivors survive even their own death. I think this bears some risks here, and we should not forget that, what we actually do here with the memory or also with the recording of these peoples. What is becoming, and that's also why not all the platforms go towards AR, XR, and AI. There are very different platforms, and they are diverging rather than converging. I think this is actually a good thing. So we have eyewitnesses in an educational space, if you want to see it like that. Then we have dimensions of testimony that has a huge amount of scripted dialogue in there, which is being selected by AI. We have then deep contextual interviews for the archive, and of course the VR experiences like The Last Goodbye. So basically what links these different portals or platforms, ideas on how to deal with witnesses, with witness accounts, is the shared emphasis on access. So basically indexing topics, making them more accessible, making them more useful, but because we are talking about many, many hours of interview material that we actually have here. So the emphasis on access is what brings them together. The central tension that we are going to see here, and I'm quite sure of this one, is that where testimony meets conversational AI, because as we all know, AI hallucinates, and that it also does this with this material, and it loses nuance. So it loses the nuances of the language of the testimonies, and it also provokes a false immediacy. So always having an answer, because that you ask the question, it has to have an answer. I think right now what the trend is towards a constrained, pre-verified interaction model, or models, plural, where explicit consent for interactive and also for posthumous use. So people are dying and they cannot say, no, don't use my material because I don't want to see myself there. So we have to be very careful with this one. But I think a lot of this is happening right now. And what we don't want to see right now, and I hope never will, is voice cloning or AI improvisation with the material that we have. Yeah, the direction, so I would say right now is verification first, consent awareness in AI XR that amplifies testimony as evidence. So also ensuring that survivor voices remain authoritative through provenance and also context, and not AI simulation. Yeah, so to bring this trend to an end, I think the future of spatial immersion is not about realism or presence alone, but about using space to make certainty evidence and context visible without turning trauma into a spectacle. Yeah, social media, my third trend, it's not going to go away, I'm afraid, not even with AI. In stark contrast to the curated and authoritative platforms, social media environments constantly generate informal and very platform-specific Holocaust trends that operate with very different norms and noises. What we can observe is that every new platform, and there's new ones coming, I'm sure of that, reshapes Holocaust-related content through its own affordances. So short-form videos, TikTok is a new one here, algorithmic visibility, and rapid circulation in filter bubbles. The defining feature of this shift is the rise of a very highly personalized and micro-narrative memory landscapes, which collapses with historical distance and historical depth that we would like to see. On TikTok, especially projects like those of the Form and Lily Ebert, I know there are newer ones, but I think they were, again, one of those milestones in digital Holocaust memory. They demonstrate how survivor-centered storytelling can reach new audiences at scale, at an unprecedented scale, one has to say. Yeah, and shaped also by the logic of the platform more than by our traditional archival conventions. What remains unresolved, I think, is how these formats simultaneously expand reach while making it easier, intentionally or not, to cross established lines around context, authority, representation, and so on and so on. Yeah. On the other hand, so maybe that was a good part of social media. On the other hand, what has clearly intensified is a complex mix of denial, distortion, harassment. I would not even have to say this today because we've heard a lot of this morning. Also, a lot of this discussion this morning was about digital stuff. So we have this all the time. What is quite distinctive in social media is, of course, that we have comments that are being instrumentalized. We have bots that create filter bubbles. We have coordinated targeting and reporting that accompanies these social media practices. Yeah, so an observable shift here is that especially institutions of memory try to embed authenticity directly into the content through watermarking. We've heard this today, whatever this is going to be in a digital world, and also to pointing to institutions of memory across platforms. So rather than reactive regimes, but this is also something that's coming very, or maybe it's wishful thinking on my part, very slowly, rather than reactive regimes of social media, now the institutions start increasingly adopting proactive regimes in social media, so doing their own projects, not just reacting to what is out there in social media. What do? Usually they have house rules, they have watermarks, they have pre-made, they moderate content because we just cannot let loose here, and they have escalating pathways defined there. What is also becoming clear, social media is going to become AI saturated, so more and more AI stuff is going to be, artificial intelligence stuff is going to be in there, and responses are converging on preparedness rather than on detection alone. So we have to be prepared. This is going to happen. We cannot just wait for it to happen. This is going to happen anyway, so we should talk now about how to react to these AI-generated social media bubbles that are going to basically run over us. I'm convinced of that. And I think also as Holocaust memory circulates through social media platforms, authority no longer resides within in the institutions. I think this is long past. But in formats, a lot of it is in algorithms, in audiences, reshaping what becomes visible, viral, and vulnerable. Okay, fourth trend. I think this one is a big one. You might like it, the younger people among us, gamification. What still characterizes most of AAA games, and just for those of you who don't know, that's the big games from the big studios making lots of money, is our World War II titles. And they have a very combat-focused gameplay, so to say, where the Holocaust largely is either not even talked about, which is a good thing, I think. But we all have a cultural background. Many of us have that. So in some angles, it is always in the background there. At the same time, there are signs of change. We have very few, but we have diverse casts, and in a few cases, even embedded documentary context in these large games. And I picked out Colette here, which was introduced as a short film in the AAA game Medal of Honor Above and Beyond. This introducing historic facts into a game was seen as a landmark, and it was also Oscar nominated, one has to say. But I think the main dynamics here lie not so much in the game, but in the area surrounding the game, so to say. So in the chats, in Discord servers, in mod communities that are part of gaming, and we have seen many bubbles that normalize revisionism here, hate, anti-feminism, reshaping historical meaning through social interaction. I don't know who of you knows about this, but we have had this huge Gamergate controversy in 2014 that actually has demonstrated how coordinated harassment networks can really silence people that actually stood up for the people being attacked. There, anti-feminist. There was an anti-feminist controversy, but these coordinated harassment networks really also silenced the people themselves, the creators, the educators, and journalists attempting to introduce some nuance. And this is a pattern that has evolved ever since, but it continues to be part of the current gaming platform cultures. What is emerging is a structural insight. So that harm and context are design questions. So it's part of the entire environment. It's not something that happens occasionally. So there is also some insight on the side of the platform or the gaming creators, but I would say these are in the very much in a minority. Mostly, even up until today, commercial priorities often limit engagement and how far these approaches go to make these environments human healthier, so to say. The second part here that I would like to introduce, we've seen this rising a lot, is serious games and ethical design. So alongside these AAA games, a distinct ecosystem of serious games has emerged, often developed by smaller studios and museums, by indie studios and museums. They do not center on combat, but they center on everyday life, repression, resistance, moral choices that have to be made. We can already see some stable design patterns. Through the Darkest of Times was the first one by Paint Pocket Games in Berlin. They've just launched their third game, and there are more and more that we see coming up here. What distinguishes these projects is their educational logic, of course. Sources are placed inside these games, so primary sources, historical sources, interview materials placed inside these games. Reflection is prompted explicitly, so people have to think before making choices. And there's lots of teacher guides that surround these games, which does not mean that they are necessarily boring. I don't know how many of you have actually played any of these. Have any of you, may I ask, interrupt? Has any of you played any of these games through the Darkest of Times? No. Bullenhuser-Damm, I encourage you to play Wir erinnern, die Kinder von Bullenhuser-Damm. It's really interesting. And not just because I'm a Stern, but I think it's really well made. So what these games bring together is a shared ethical grammar. So there are no reward loops for suffering, if tied to suffering, and there is extreme caution around perpetrators. They are not playable, and they're not there, clearly visible. There is also clear labeling of reconstruction and fiction, as opposed to where we have the facts. So I think the direction here is towards responsible scalability, prioritizing, again, access to the Holocaust through a new medium that has been highly used by especially younger audiences. And I think what we really see right now is that games are becoming public arenas for historical meaning. So we cannot ignore this. I think we really should actually maybe play a little more. 5, artificial intelligence. Of course, this needed to come. On the positive side, as you mentioned today, if designed for evidence, I think there are many things AI can help us make a big step forwards also in Holocaust research. Like we said before, AI can help us reconcile names and places and events across holdings, across nations, across borders, across languages. I think this is a really big gain. A clear gain also lies in text recognition, handwritten text recognition, automated speech recognition, and so on and so forth. When tightly constrained, so when we guide it, which we have to do, I think otherwise it's going to do other things, pattern analysis can surface. So basically it's showing us things that we with the human eye, we're not able to see in these huge amounts of data that we have. So what we are beginning to see, and we have the first system out there, are retrieval augmented systems. So basically that are a system that only trained on a certain material, and they really give us a very good results, or we have really good results from them. And what we also see, an emerging principle, is provenance by design. So linking always to the original data when and if we use AI. So basically here we use AI as an evidence amplifier, not as an author or creator. That I think is the main point we need to make. Of course, there's also the downside with AI. What has become clear is that AI systems learn from biased, noisy, and often very toxic data. This is not an edge case. So hallucination is intrinsic. It's part of how these systems work. And the most destabilizing risk lies in synthetic media, so created data on which the large language models should then learn again to be better, to function better. What appears to be forming is, right now, is an emphasis on authenticity, infrastructure, and participatory governance. So I'm sure that AI noise will grow, so AI trash will also grow. There is no illusion about that. But I think containment remains possible, and especially in our case, from what we are talking about, institutions have a really big responsibility here, archives, museums, educational spaces, to continuous shared memory work rather than technical fixes alone. Last night, because I was interested, is this even true what I'm saying here? This is my coming from the university wishful thinking. So I asked ChatGPT, Gemini, and Copilot, can you contain yourself? Can you, as an AI, could you be able to be contained without interference from institutions and so on? And all three platforms clearly said no. I mean, it's a stupid question to ask an LLM that's trained on the past, but still said no. And the most clear answer actually came from ChatGPT, because it said, no, there needs to be institutional interference, and you need to talk to the platforms that created me, because I am trained on social media, which has lots of extremist echo chambers. I mean, clear insight. I'm not saying that this is true, but we also see the emergence of alternate realities coming from AI. I don't know if you've realized, we have a new Wikipedia. What's it called? Who knows? Yeah. Yes, thank you. Grokipedia. Grokipedia is an AI-created Wikipedia because a certain person in the United States is not happy what Wikipedia is producing, and so it has instructed Grok, the mask AI, to create a new Wikipedia. You can look into it. You shouldn't do it. You shouldn't give them more food and scale. But still, I'm just saying. So I think AI will increasingly shape how Holocaust history is accessed and interpreted, but its legitimacy will depend on whether it amplifies evidence and provenance or it produces what it produces with hallucinating from what we have. And the last thing, we're getting to an end, don't worry. What I really think is troublesome is the monetization of Holocaust memory. We are talking about non-fungible tokens, NFTs. To understand this trend, NFTs function less as an object and more as claims of ownership or control over digital representation recorded on a blockchain, which is a commercial database, so to say. What is being traded here is not historical material, but a token that says this material that I'm betting on basically is unique and has a market value. So tokenization risks detaching memory totally from its commemorative or educational framing, I think. And I had a lot of ethical questions myself. I could see myself quite repelled by this. Market incentives here drive, of course, this idea to mint historical Holocaust memory. And of course, but here we are talking about simplification and sensationalism, because otherwise this wouldn't make money. Right? So we have two current examples that already shaped this debate. That was, on the one hand, Claude Lanzmann's Spectres of Shoah NFT by Adam Ben-Sam in 2021, and charitable NFTs for survivor memories, and I just picked one here by Cassidy Naomi. But why I'm so worried about this, a lot of this has been sold. I think it's what's been written by Hadar Jabotinsky and Ohad Dan, NFT fraternities. What if somebody starts minting Holocaust denial, Holocaust distortion? Basically, if you create one of these NFTs, they are unremovable from digital spaces, which means that we could also see Holocaust denial minted for eternity. And with this, I come to an end. So let me step back a little bit from the individual technologies, returning to the larger picture. What we have traced, or what I've tried to trace here today, is not 6 separate developments, but something like a connected trajectory from linked infrastructure, research infrastructure, to virtualizing memory, inviting participation, introducing play, automating interpretation, and finally, exposing memory to market logics. Taken together, these transformations show that digital memory both democratizes and I also think destabilizes, as we all experience right now. It expands access, participation, visibility, but it also unsettles long-standing assumptions about authority, context, and permanence. Digital spaces operate by speed. Everything has to be very quickly done, scalability, and the constant reordering. And we already have seen the consequences. So the blurring of institutional and individual narratives, the growing influence of platforms and markets, and the paradox, which is actually quite interesting, that we have more and more content we have, the more and more knowledge we have, the less understanding and the less certainties we have out there. I think in such a landscape, the central risk is not denial, no longer, unfortunately, denial and distortion. It's actually really a banalization, a loss of specificity, and in the end, the erosion of trust in evidence itself, as we clearly see every day. At the same time, I would not like to end on a note of decline, but I also see a positive thing. So I also see emerging orientations that we see here. What we see right now is greater attention is being given to provenance and transparency. We see new forms of contextualization that can help us. We have a new awareness of ethical design that is coming up, and we have a very new, not very new, very old, but a very strong emphasis on education and media literacy that we all see is needed very clearly. So what becomes clear is that Holocaust memory in the digital age is not something that can simply be preserved for once and for all, but it is what we are doing, what you are doing. It's a continuous work on continuous memory work. Institutions of memory, museums whatsoever, are going to remain crucial, but not as gatekeepers, I think, but as stewards of evidence to provide context, to maybe also to ask some questions, answer some questions about dignity and ethnicity in this more and more unstable and evolving media. So the future of Holocaust commemoration, to sum it up, I think will therefore depend less on any single technology than on whether our digital infrastructure are capable of carrying historical truth despite the uncertainties we have there. I think it's actually the truth that we're already living with. And let me close with this last sentence, then you're rid of me. The future of Holocaust memory will be shaped not by whether it becomes digital, but by whether digital systems can carry evidence, uncertainty, and dignity without turning history into noise, spectacle, or a market commodity. Somebody before said societies are sick, and I would like to open the discussion with, is digitality the virus? What is the medicine, if that is true? Thank you for listening.
We're not rid of you quite yet.
Yes, almost.
Because I can imagine that there might be questions from the audience. Very insightful talk with a lot of topics, many of which I have never heard of before, so thank you very much for that. Has anyone got any questions? Yes, please, at the front.
Thank you for the presentation on this topic. I would like to ask if you are aware if there is currently any project on the European level to tackle this issue. And by this project, I don't mean like finding Elon Musk or somebody after something happens, but if there is like something to tackle the problem before like some stuff is generated and uploaded.
Yeah, I'm aware of some projects. So now it's gone. The one where I said the recommendations for how using social media for Holocaust. This institution, the Landecker Foundation in Brighton, in London, is actually doing right that. They are trying to really dig into the digital worlds with having the Holocaust as the main topic there. They're digging into hate speech. They're digging into, like you say, uploading data. But I think what is also becoming clear, we will not have an influence, and we as the normal users will not have an influence. There is not a structured approach on to actually guide these AIs. The technology itself would be actually quite good. There is not an approach, and the data that these AIs or these platforms have gathered is so huge that I don't think the European Union would have the money to redo it. But the data is there. And I think the challenge right now is to what we do now coming from here is to do it in a different way. So a project that we applied for right now, we were trying to use newspapers between 1900 and 1950 all over Europe, different languages, and try to find the stereotypes that were in there. And you can imagine there are very many stereotypes in there. And then to use AI to extract those stereotypes, but then also use AI to create the counter narrative, and then to try to reintroduce these, because there's a lot of data in newspapers, reintroduce this to one of the AIs that are out there, but we don't know if we get funding, of course. But I think we have missed out on this. I'm still an outsider with my research. You would say that's something that many people should do. But like you said, many things you've never heard of. And that's usually also the reaction I get when I present also the past of the Holocaust, digital Holocaust memory. And I think we do not do enough there. And I think we should really do much more here. All of you, if you go study history, write an MA on this one. Everything else is good as well. But I think we need social media engagement. We need gamification. We need to go into these platforms, to these discords, to these chats, and participate there proactively. Not right now. We are only reactively doing there. But you're right. On a note, I applied for scholarships when I was writing my book on different, of course, institutions of memory, and I was always said, nah, that's not something we do. We can't give you a scholarship for that, to just have like a year to write your book. Yeah, but if you're interested, do it. It's really, I mean, it's troublesome, but it's fascinating, especially if you have a little bit of technological background.
So maybe the answer to that question was not yet. That there's not yet a project, but maybe.
But maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe. And otherwise, like I said, I would really look into the things that they are doing here. They are continuing working on digital Holocaust memory in digital spaces, and I think they are evolving and bringing a lot of people. Actually, it's quite a lot of people, but you don't see them as a network yet, bringing them together.
Thanks for that question. Yeah, we have another question right behind you. Great.
So thanks for the talk. I have a question. AI has been exponentially growing, like technology in general, for the past few years. And I'm certain we need proper legislation to control this very, in some ways, dangerous technology. But the laws have to be take some time to be made. When will we reach the point where AI outruns us, where development outruns us?
I can't answer that question. I don't know, but you're absolutely right. And the answer is that the AIs gave me last night is like, no, you have to do this. You have to curve us. You have to. We need legislation because we are just going to run wild. I'm not so sure about the AIs actually becoming self-sufficient, at least not in the next couple of years. I think meaning like they think themselves and they do not let themselves delete. That's actually not how these LLMs work right now. So I would not be worried too much about that, but I think they can really destroy our societies, not just make them sick, but destroy them. And so I think we really need to do something. And unfortunately, so far, also with social media, the path has always been we have to talk to the platform owners and make them realize to change something, to curb their algorithms. And they can do that. And I think this is also what we have to do here. Now, of course, the situation is very tragic all over the world, all the Western world also. And we have little power to do so, but I think that doesn't mean we should not even try. And legislation will be important. Yeah, I'm sure it's not going to happen tomorrow that AIs are going to delete us from their lives. But yeah. Sorry, no certain answers on that one equally.
Thanks. We have a question right at the back.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. And do you think these 6 methods, as you mentioned, should be used more frequently in school education too? Because nowadays most of the teachers stand in front of the class and say this and talk about this topic, and there's no interaction between the students and the topic. So should we use AI more often in the school for Holocaust teaching, for example?
Yes. Do it. Use more than one AI and makes the students reflect on how here I have some data. Now let's ask AI. Let's ask them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times, and let's ask 3 AIs. And that I think is very instructional in the sense that then the students, at least my students, they're a little bit older than scholars, pupils in school. But then I always make them do that at the beginning when they have to write their seminar papers. I say, so we start with AI and we have this topic and you all do this and you do it repeatedly and then so But why doesn't it give me the same answers twice, three times over, 5 times over? It's always a new answer or a different answer. It's a little bit different. And why does Copilot not say the same thing as ChatGPT? You teach them, oh, wait, be careful. This is just a big bag of words that comes together, and it's working on frequencies, and it's extracting from this own big bag what the answer is. And I think we really need to do this more. Just really use these AIs also to understand what they are doing. And I think we can use them very creatively, and also to help us. We can use them as sparring partners in our newspaper projects. How many times we asked him to do jobs for us which would have taken us, I don't know how long, a month to do. With these LLMs, you can do so many things, but you have to curb them. So basically, you have to contain what they're doing, and you have to know how to do this. But how should we know how to do this if we don't learn it, right? And I think what we really learned from this use or critical use of AI is don't trust them. Never. Be critical. Remain critical.
Fantastic. Maybe one more last question? Then?
They're all
now
tired.
we're rid of you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much once again for joining us. So we have one more speaker left for the closing remarks today. Please let's welcome back to the stage Marina Maier.
Okay, can you hear me? I'm
Yes.
very sorry. I see everybody is very tired. I will be quick. It's just a couple of closing remarks before the dinner and reception, and before you will start networking and discussing. But I really would like to use this opportunity just to say thank you to certain organizations and speakers and people who made all this project over the last 2.5 years, I guess, possible. So. Dear participants, please, I will really appreciate if we could give the big applause to everybody in the very end of my speech to save some time, and I will just go on and thank the partners and other people who were involved. So first of all, thanks to our partners from a consortium, from Bnei Brit, Yohanan and Alina for being part of the initial proposal and also helping us to open the world of European Union grants. It was our first grant. Thanks a lot to Ilya Babkin and Gabriel Suna from Bnei Akiva for integrating so much Jewish knowledge into the program events. Auschwitz Jewish Center Foundation from Poland, Anastasia, Karolina, Artur, Kamil, Maciek, and Tomek for supporting us throughout the project, for always being very approachable, professional, and especially for helping us organize the Poland study trip. Special thanks go to the European Union for funding, and our European Union project officer was actually here, but she left a couple of hours ago to catch her flight back to Brussels. And allow me to thank her personally, Ms. Oniecki, for her continuing assistance with fund administration. This is our first European Union grant, so we will learn from the experience. We also thank all the experts, all the guides, speakers who were part of this project. Special thanks go to Yad Vashem for providing trainings on witness testimonies. Special thanks go to House of Remembrance in Mauthausen-Gusen for hosting us twice for seminars and also for co-organizing local speakers for the events. Another round of thanks for our partners and friends, Tallinn Nates and Miss Peru from Johannesburg Genocide and Holocaust Center in South Africa, Professor Andrei Petro from Central European University, Petro Dalhana from Ukraine Journal of Holocaust Studies for organizing a series of online webinars for this project. We are most grateful to Holocaust survivors for agreeing to meeting young people in smaller groups in person. This is amazing how strong-spirited these people still are. Many thanks for Diplomatic Academy, event management team led by Miluzina Bujek, for co-organizing with us, for their professionalism and assistance, and especially to Ambassador Eichtinger for the partnership. Now we come to the Austrian service abroad, current team, Jens, Alex, Jean-Loup, who were all involved in the project, especially to Alex, who is the main force behind it, carrying this project on his shoulders for the last 2 years. And a little bit of spoiler, the conference will end in a couple of minutes, but Alex will be still writing the reports to the European Union, and I guess it will no, it's not. He calls it playing ping pong deliverables with the project officer. We also thank Austrian Service Abroad volunteers behind the scenes, especially design team, social media team, for their support, but not only. I also want to express a special gratitude for people who are not here, who were at the very beginning of the project with Austrian Service Abroad. Our former head of education, Eduardo Cato, and former manager, Daniel Schuster, and also our former finance manager, Tobias Kohlberger. They were all three involved in the initial grant proposal, planning this project from the very beginning, and also involved, of course, in the financial planning. Last but not least, and I'm really trying to make it as short as possible, thanks to all participants, thanks to you all, thanks for taking this chance and going through this program, thanks for trusting us, and we do believe this knowledge and memories will stay with you, and this journey will remain an important reference point in your personal and professional lives. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Marina. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for your attention today and your focus. We've now reached the end of the formal part of the program, but not the end of our journey. I would like to close by addressing some groups in the room. First, to the past participants who were here. You have carried stories that are not easy to carry. And what you have learned does not end here, it evolves. You are now part of a growing community of young people who stand for responsible remembrance. Thank you. Next, to those of you who are future volunteers. Today was not just about looking back. It was an invitation. Holocaust education needs committed individuals like yourselves in institutions, in classrooms, online, and in society. And now to all of our supporters and partners and everybody here. This is the final conference of the project PATH, but it is by no means the end of PATH. The PATH project has laid foundations for cooperation, for trust, and for future initiatives. What happens next depends on all of us. We're confident that these foundations will continue to grow with your support, your commitment, and your voices. Thank you once again for being here with us today, being part of this day, being part of this project. And now, as mentioned by Marina, I'm happy to invite you for dinner and a reception to continue there, the conversations that began here. Thank you very much.